I could just start talking about this slide. So this slide is the same as the previous one, except instead of hours per week, the units are now dollars per year. So here was that split piece, and for the consumption profiles, I only show one gender because our methodology isn't really detailed enough to get good distinction between men and women. So all of this presentation will just have them combined. And then, so here are the household production accounts for the US with an imputed wage, and the imputed wage is a replacement wage for the activity. And then here is the combination. So everybody, or a bunch of countries in the NTA project, are trying to do this. The Agenda group has done this for all the European countries, but they're just show-offs because they have a single time, harmonized time use study that is done in all those countries, and they were able to get harmonized extracts for them. Thank you. And then Counting Women's Work is another project that is supporting this work in low and middle income countries. So far we have draft estimates for 7 of the countries involved in there, and another 2 will only have the market-based accounts, and this got cut off. And then a few other countries are just trying to do this as part of their own research efforts. So, so far, looking across all the countries, the biggest things that we're sort of still fighting about and trying to figure out are the wages. So what's the appropriate wage? And we started off saying that this is just comes down to sort of country team expertise, that you know in your context what would be the kind of person you would hire to replace that wage, whether it was just sort of a general domestic worker, which might work in a country like Senegal, where there's just sort of domestic help you would bring in and who would do everything, all the cooking and the cleaning and all that stuff, as opposed to the US, where not many people have a sort of domestic worker in their home, but would go out to the market and purchase different services. But this is sort of unsatisfying because it's hard to figure out if we're really making estimates that are comparable across countries. So is there maybe a way that we could just do this centrally? So there are databases with these wages, and this is one that I've started investigating, wageindicator.org. Started with a university in the Netherlands and has lots of sort of research partners in different countries, kind of like NTA. And then there are a couple places where we have methodology disputes across countries that we're working on. And then this one in the low and middle income countries is a big one, and I didn't really see this coming. So a lot of places have their NTA accounts for 1 year, and then their time use survey, which the time use surveys are much less frequent than the income and expenditure surveys we use for regular NTA, so they're from a different year. So what is a reasonable way to sort of pretend that to marry them together to make, a sort of pseudo NTA that is based on age profiles from the NTA year, but we can adjust them to the macro controls if you get multiple years of macro controls for the NTTA year. And then there are places like in the Costa Rica estimates that periods are pretty far apart, 2004 and 2010 or 2012? 12. So that's a bigger time period where the male and female labor force participation patterns have changed quite a bit. So maybe we need to sort of do a little more massaging, say, create a pseudo NTA that has the same labor force participation rates that we can get from other places, like from the World Bank, as the time use survey year. So that's some of the things that are going on. So other challenges, how to use the estimates. I mean, this is a sort of an NTA challenge of all time, that we create this giant database of estimates, and then how do we sort of summarize it in a way that is easy to understand, but doesn't gloss over the complexity, and has some sort of policy relevant message to it, and how to communicate results. So let's see. So this is just one table of comparative results that I'm starting to fill out for all the countries that I have data for, and that has some of the relevant, interesting results. So first, just hours per week. So who's doing what? Of the peak working age groups, how is work sort of sorted into market work versus unpaid work and male versus female? And then what's the total, and is there a difference for males and females? So starting over at the total, and this just adds up the market work and the unpaid work. So we can see everybody's working, but on average, if there is a difference, it's usually that women are doing some more work. And but there's also quite, there's a pretty big amount of diversity across these with what the level of total hours. So here we have to make sure that we're counting the same things. Like there's market work, and then there's also market work related activities like job search and stuff. So I have to verify that we're all treating that the same across these estimates. Now going into market work and care and housework, what you see here is no big surprise, but there's a lot of specialization. So even in the United States, and even when you look at the European data, which I don't have here because it was just too much to incorporate it. But so men are specializing everywhere in market work. Women are doing more household production pretty much everywhere. But there's also more symmetry, like in Mexico, you have the 11 hours of market work for women, 11 hours of housework for men, and then there's a difference on, so there's a lot of specialization, no matter where you go.
So men are just claiming they're working while their wives are at work. They can't monitor practically.
Well, who knows? I mean, there is some interesting research too in the U.S. about sort of when they ask spouses to estimate how much the other person does, that, the men are sort of accused of overestimating, and I mean, everybody's sort of accused of overestimating the amount of work they do, but, but this is also, this is a pretty relevant research result because there's more recognition lately of time poverty, of that one of the ways that you can experience inequality is time poverty. You don't have enough access to leisure and time for sleeping and self-care and your own human capital investments. So, it's something that we want to keep track of and we want to make a big deal about and make sure that we are doing it in a comparative way across countries.
How do you treat human capital investment?
So it's just, time spent in education is not work. Yeah.
Of course.
So, so the principle of the unpaid housework estimates is that you could pay someone else to do it. So you cannot pay someone else to learn for you. You cannot pay someone else to sleep for you. We got a chuckle over imagining paying someone else to brush your teeth for you, but yeah.
But it is an interesting question whether that criterion really works as we want it to when applied to education.
Right. Well, and we are trying to keep track. So on the consumption side, the consumption of time, we haven't included education there, but we have included care as sort of part of your human capital investment. So, and I'm actually working on a paper with Lily Varga from Hungary, trying to extend the work that NTA has done on human capital on the market side, how much we invest in kids' education and healthcare, and add the care estimates, the monetary valued care estimates into that, and see how that changes the picture both of total human capital investments and how it divides between public and private. So,
I think the education question is worth more thought. If is that a done deal in the way?
No, and we can go back. Education, well, yeah, it's that part is a done deal, that you could not, the point of these is to say how much market value you're producing, and
Well,
the
if you have an
established
investment
household production
phase and then a
accounts.
production phase,
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
so clear. You want to throw out the investment phase.
Yeah. No, it's true, but I mean, I think don't we have sort of the same kind of thing in NTA that we treat education as consumption?
Yeah, we do.
We don't treat it as saving or a capital. So, I mean, I
Well, in
think,
some contexts, we might, anyway.
right.
We
Probably
measure,
enough time
it's
on it.
there, we could easily.
Right, you
just-
we
could
could
pull
do
we
it
could
out.
just change the label. and,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
No,
I'm
and
just wondering if these would look any different, but, okay, let's go on.
but certainly, I mean, we could at this point collect the time spent in education and keep that separate and do something with it at some point. But you know, once we're elbow deep in all of these time use surveys, that's a good time to do that. So the labor income. So here we have NTA labor income and NTTA National Time Transfer Accounts production. And so the aggregate, this column and this column measure its percent of GDP. So NTA labor income, percent of GDP, anywhere from 24. This actually is probably an artifact of that time period difference that I was using sort of pseudo and Costa Rica NTA for 2010. And so I probably didn't do that very well. But with the other countries, you can see kind of the range that they're sitting in. And for the NTTA production, it's lower, but it is large. It's quite significant. And this is similar to the McKinsey reports. They have a section on, McKinsey has the Power of Parity report that they put out last month, and they have a big section on unpaid work. And their estimate, I think, is about something like another 12% of global GDP is unpaid work. Or it might be 12 trillion, I can't remember. But I mean, they are finding things somewhat in the range that we are finding them in. Yeah.
I think it would be nice to have an adjusted GDP
Yes.
and you could say how much it goes up.
Oh, okay.
And then you could make these as a percent of adjusted GDP.
Okay. And that idea of having a sort of adjusted GDP, it has been around for a long time. People have tried to adjust GDP for this unpaid work, for environmental quality, for happiness, for all these other kinds of satellite accounts that have been developed over time. So now here you see what those aggregates mean in terms of the gender divide. So percent female for the NTA labor income in terms of time versus money. Okay, so it's always greater in terms of time than it is in terms of money because of the gender wage gap. So their per time unit remuneration is lower for women. This is a lot of reasons, part-time versus full-time, the occupation, educational specialization, all of those things are sort of wound up in there, as it is sort of discrimination, different pay for same work. And then on the NTA production side, they are closer because we are imputing these wages. So sort of setting an activity, imputing the wage. So and the range for the kinds of activities that are involved in the time transfer accounts is pretty small compared to what is seen in the NTA. Ivan?
For time use, to estimating the monetary value of time use, we don't have macro contracts, right?
Right.
But in some countries, there are some estimates, there are satellite accounts.
Yeah.
Do you have plans to consider those estimates?
So I do not because, I mean, we certainly, where there are satellite accounts in the time NTTA countries, we want to make sure we know what they are. But at a few junctures, we've made a different decision compared to the main bulk of the estimates for the household production accounts. Like most of them are doing a generalist replacement instead of a specialist replacement wage imputation. And they're dealing with like pre-tax and post-tax wages differently sometimes. So we don't want to be too far off from those, but we don't need to worry about matching exactly to them. But certainly it is also another difference between NTA and the time transfer accounts, that there is no macro control. But I mean, as I've gone along with NTA and the more I learn about national accounting, you know, it's sort of like we treat the national accounting as though it is sort of delivered from whoever's up there, and then, you know, we sometimes work with national accounts and they say, hey, this is great, this is an excellent way to improve national accounting. So we're sort of chasing our own tails a little bit with, you know, everybody wants somebody else to have the answer and mark to it. So I don't know, but that's where we are now. So let's see, what else did I want to say about that? Okay, so what do we see here? We've kind of talked through most of it. Gender specialization. It's even in the Scandinavian countries where everyone's supposed to be the same, there's plenty of gender specialization. Some of it's just biology, some of it's I don't know what. But and that there is more special or less specialization in the monetary units than the time units because of these wage differentials. And then most countries have a little more female total work. Some places that gap is small, some places it's bigger. And then this is the other big thing that we want to make a big deal about is how much unpaid care and housework there is. It creates a lot of value. And so you get these kinds of ranges for relative to GDP. Now, I didn't talk about this much when we were going through the estimates, but this is one of the biggest things that I'm sort of interested in doing other analyses about now, is that dependency looks different when you include the cost of care. So I want to go back to the US. So in the US, if you're just looking at the monetary accounts and just sort of make an average one gender blue line in your mind, this dependency is small and that dependency is very big. So once we add in the fact that the biggest cost of kids is the time spent on them when they are the littlest, then you get these dependency gaps which are much closer in size. And in a lot of countries, when you add this together, the consumption line is flat. And you know, we worry a lot about whether our NTA consumption line is sort of too artifactual because we use the EAC weights. But this care is, it's not a weighted, we didn't impose that. That is based on regression coefficients of how much care is being produced in households with children that age. So there is an artifactual piece about it in that we don't try to, if parents are taking care of a kid at the same time, we don't sort of discount that, we just add them together. So then when you're talking about different household structures in different countries, you'll get some of that, or different fertility, you know, how many kids you're dividing your time across. So, but the picture of dependency really changes, and one of the big messages of NTA has been what dependency means going forward in aging populations. So let's see, policy significance. So it's kind of redundant of me now, but unpaid care and housework create a lot of value, so it's worth understanding and paying for better measurement tools. So this is one that is not very exciting, but to say that these time use surveys, which had a big, there were a ton of them in the 90s and the early aughts, and then they didn't seem to pan out very much. People said, why are we paying for this? All we end up with is finding out that women do more work. Who wants to know that? So, so I think, but now there's more interest in actually sort of monetizing these estimates and turning them into unpaid work. So that one of the policy messages is sort of arguing for the resurgence of funding more time use surveys. Because I mean, like a country like India hasn't had one since 1999. Crazy. So if we can show that you can turn these estimates into something more policy relevant, you can make a case for doing another one. Okay, so this is another thing. NTTA, the time use estimates, unpaid work, is a relatively low productivity sector. I mean, we replace the wages, or we impute wages for activities, and those activities turn out to be very low paying. So, I mean, part of that for things like childcare is kind of a history of gender discrimination, that sort of women were the only childcare workers, didn't have a lot of career choice, so those wages are historically suppressed. But, you know, but that's across the board, all of those things. So, so when you get rigid gender roles and you say everybody has to go into this low productivity sector, this is inefficient. And I've read sort of similar kinds of arguments about countries whose economies are located in subsistence farming, that sort of the development plan is to try and enhance more productive sectors. And so this seems like a similar kind of situation. So that you can argue about gender roles not having to worry about sort of fairness or what's right or equality, but just efficiency and productivity. And then policy analyses, including unpaid care and housework, come to different conclusions than if you just focus on the market side. So there are lots of examples of this that we're trying to work through in a systematic way. Gender dividend, that's been the argument that if more women just go into the labor force, then you can grow your way out of your aging problem. Demographic dividend, we'll talk about in a minute. Human capital, these things all can be enhanced by including the unpaid work estimates. So this is something that Ron and I were working on a while ago. So this is the very common NTA support ratio when we only can use market goods and services. And then when you include the time use estimates, because the young age dependency or the old age dependency goes down relative to the young age dependency, when you include those, then aging is not quite so bad. So, but what's the policy message here? So the demographic dividend argument is sort of about free money, that you have this demographic dividend that will come because of your population age structure, and if you invest it, you can maybe move your economy to a different growth path, or you can just have a party and spend it and then you won't get any benefits out of it. But it's sort of an opportunity that's coming no matter what. And so the augmented demographic dividend is about free time. So you will just do nothing else. You're relatively fewer children in your population will free up time. So that time could go to more intensive care. You could have a quantity-quality trade-off where you spend the same total amount of time but more to each kid, or more market work, that's the gender dividend kind of idea, or more non-work. So getting close to my end of my time, but so I was just trying to think through sort of how you'd be more specific with policy recommendations. So this seemed to, my idea about it was that we want to kind of create these scorecards that put the countries relative to each other and to other countries in their region on various indicators, and then you can sort of see what seems to be the problem or where you're an outlier or what kinds of patterns come out of that. So, for example, if the country is concerned about low parental human capital investment in children, then you might want to invest your newly freed up time in each child. So spend more time with each child. So how would you do that? You could subsidize family leave. But if you were sort of concerned about low female labor force participation, which is certainly going to come out in a comparative context as being much greater in some countries than others, then you would want to invest that time in more market work. And if you wanted to sort of put policies in place that would make that more likely, you'd subsidize paid care, fight discrimination bias against working mothers. And then finally, if you have the time poverty problem, if you have a really big total work amount and a big gap between men and women in total work, then you might want to have the policies in the last box, which would hopefully allow more time for leisure and self-care and things like, infrastructure that makes gathering wood and water less time-consuming.
I like that, and I'd like to add a line, which is if you're concerned about costs of chronic care, elder care,
Yeah.
Sort of parallel to the kids, and there are also policies you can pursue then to.
Yeah, Well, I mean,
paying for care available?
so far, and this is a big question on whether it's a measurement issue or this is the truth. The policy message from the results we have so far is if you're worried about the costs of chronic elder care, don't. Or at least in
institutional
terms of
cost.
time. Yes, yeah, in terms of, this is just in terms of unpaid time, you know, because we just don't see very much of that.
Yet,
But if you're saying it's more monetized.
Right, it's sort of more fungible, I guess, if you're like, you can, anybody can do that, whereas like care for an infant kind of, it has to be,
well, yes, but governments are very concerned about growing costs of
yeah.
long-term care in the monetized, institutionalized setting.
Mm-hmm.
And as fertility declines and sort of prime-age adults have then more time, a country could say, yeah, why don't you spend some of that taking care of your elderly parent so that we can put off for 3 months their
that's
entry
true.
into
Right.
Medicaid funding.
Yeah, yeah. The difference between the cost of care at home versus
Yeah.
care in an institution is very large. Luis, did you want to?
Another important policy issue,
I'm done talking, so I'm going to go start taking it.
is, at least in Latin America, is the provision of retirement pension for housekeepers, for
Mm-hmm.
housewives. So
Mm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in Ecuador, in Argentina, they are provided now.
Mm-hmm. And South Africa, I think, is working on that as well, as to how to include pension credits as, you know, its own pension credits for unpaid work. Or
Oh, that's a big one, that's good.
Yeah, one question and one question suggestion. I think child poverty is a very important issue, especially in countries where we see that women work more than men once we take into account unpaid work time. What I can really see clearly is how we are getting to that from NTTA. And since we are not, well, in a sense, we have aggregate data, and we don't know really how the mix between those who work too much and those who work too little compensates. But what I was thinking is one thing we can do is simulate how much it would cost in terms of time and in terms of care to have more leisure time, both to men and to women. And that might be something useful, especially, I don't want to say there's an ideal time distribution, but if we could come with something like, say, we work 8 hours daily, either market work or unpaid work, how much would we be losing in GDP in doing that?
Yeah.
The other thing is about the discussion of cost of chronic care and elderly care. And I know that's a big discussion everywhere, well, especially in aging countries, in countries that are not aging very well, as Mexico. And I got, I guess, results that may be similar to everyone's in terms of the care demanded, the time demanded by or consumed by the elderly is not very much compared to children. But I'm wondering whether that has to do with the measurement issue. Well, two things. One is a measurement issue in terms of most time use surveys are not self-reported. The other thing is that we are getting what people are giving, but not what is really needed in terms of care. So there may be a lot of unmet need, which we are not actually seeing. And I'm also trying to think how to compensate or to see what it would be, or what the monetary investment would be if we could really see how much time people would need once
Well, there's
Were there, we're almost out of time on this, but were there some other points people wanted?
I thought it would be nice to have a low fertility line
okay.
on that.
Yeah.
And kind of sharing the burden of childbearing. Well, in Asia, men don't do anything when it comes to child care, so it all burdens falling heavily on women. Be one reason for
So Gretchen, I'm suggesting you just note these things. And
Yes.
Is there a way of getting a sense of how important the wage calculation? You mentioned that these are generally using very low wages. Is there a way of sort of bounding it? Maybe use the minimum wage and use the median wage or something? Is it kind of lower upper bound of how much the market value could be? I just don't have a sense of how sensitive it is to the calculation, which is obviously a very difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is super sensitive, but we don't have a systematic way of estimating that.
Are there other comments? Okay. Thank you very much, Gretchen. And we're going to have a series of tiny next.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to be here at this meeting with such a fantastic group of scholars and friends. And I would like to thank the local organizers for making this possible, and Cecilia for initiating this. This is a great idea. So today I'm going to talk about matrices of time transfers, so flows of unpaid work from different age and sex groups in the population to other age and sex groups in the population. I'm going to say something about how those flows are related to various measures of well-being, and potentially some of the implications of population aging and demographic change on these measures of flows and associated well-being. So I'll start with some background. So within NTA, financial transfers have been a sort of central area of research, and so one of the major contribution of NTA has been the study of the macroeconomic consequences of population aging. At the same time, there's also been a recognition that time is important, as we saw with the work that Gretchen just presented. This is something that is not new, and in fact, 30 years ago, Ron was already writing papers about time transfers and the consequences of demographic change. So for instance, with this paper in 1988, Ron and Shelley Lapkov were working on intergenerational flows of time and goods, consequences of slowing population growth. And this was a paper that in a way planted the seeds for the development of what we see now as NTTA. Ron was also not the first one to recognize that time is important. Like at least 200 years before him, Benjamin Franklin was saying that, remember, time is money in his advice to a young tradesman. And there, the sort of emphasis was on the opportunity cost related to time. Now, more recently, Gretchen and Ivan wrote a paper that they presented at the Population Association of America in 2002. It's titled Everybody Works, Gender, Age, and Economic Activity. And this paper really laid the foundations for the methods of NTTA and had a very large impact on the subsequent work on the European group of agenda, on counting women's work, on my own work, and the work of many others within NTA. So for example, for my own work, I've been recently working on estimating profiles of time transfers, and these are some examples for the European context that have been inspired by some of this work within NTA and the work of Gretchen. This is a short monograph. It's under a paywall, but if you're interested, I can send you a PDF. So all this work on time use is within these general sort of directions of NTA. And some of these directions are about adding new dimensions to the core NTA dataset. Time use and household production is one. Trends over time, past, present, and future of NTA is another one. Transfers by socioeconomic status is another one, and we'll hear more from Luis later. And matrices of transfers is also another direction. I believe that Andy has been working on matrices of financial transfers, and I've been working mostly on matrices of time transfers. So for this presentation, I'm going to talk about matrices of who gives time to whom. So the idea is that we want to estimate entries of a matrix that represent flows of resources from various combinations of age and sex to other combinations of age and sex. And I'm going to talk about two different examples. One is for the US, where we have very detailed information from the American Time Use Survey, and the focus there is on caregiving only, adult care and child care. And then I'll look into other examples, mainly for Italy, for sort of the overall household production using data from the multinational time use study. So one aspect of this work is also related to adding an additional sort of form of currency. As we saw in Gretchen's presentation, within NTTA, we get time and then we sort of reweight it in a way to transform it into money. But we can also look at other sort of forms of currency beyond dollars, for instance, and various measures of well-being related to life satisfaction or stress, pain, and so on could also be used to sort of reweight these matrices. So I'm going to talk about these matrices of who takes care of whom for the US, then I'll present some sort of reweighting for well-being associated to adult care, child care, and potentially the impact of population aging. And finally, I'll talk about some overall time transfers for Italy using data from the multinational time use study. And please feel free to interrupt me anytime. So for the who gives time to whom, this is some joint work with Denis Dukonov, who was a student at the Queen's College and is now working as a researcher at the CUNY Institute for Demographic Research. I have to say that I want to say something about the background for this, at least from my perspective. I came to the study of sort of time flows from the point of view of infectious disease modeling. I was interested in who spends time with whom in order to sort of estimate the spread of infectious diseases. And so the way I sort of became interested in this was about using time use data in order to estimate who spends time with whom, regardless of whether there are transfers or leisure or all sorts of activities. And this is a sort of graphical representation of a matrix of who spends time with whom. It's a contour plot, and be thought of as a sort of topographic map with elevation profiles that shows that people, there are sort of peaks along the main diagonal of the matrix. People spend a lot of time with people of the same age. And then there are elements on the sub-diagonals, meaning that people spend a lot of time with people who are sort of one generation apart, typically their parents or parents with children, and so on. So in order to estimate those matrices, we used data from the time use survey, which is very detailed. It comes from diaries in which people record the activities that they did during the day, and it also provides information about who was there, where the activity took place, and so on. And so the same type of data that could be used to sort of estimate who spends time with whom can also be used to estimate who takes care of whom, or like or various other types of unpaid transfers. So if we focus on caregiving for the US, there are sort of two different types of matrices that we can consider: intra-household transfers and inter-household transfers. For the intra-household transfers, at least with data from the American Time Use Survey, it's relatively easy to get estimates in a direct way, because on the household roster, we know who was the receiver of various types of care activities. And so we can estimate those directly from the diary by sort of looking across populations of who gives time to whom. But the inter-household transfers it's a bit more complicated because we don't know the sort of age composition of people outside of the household. But for the US, there is a module that's called the elder care roster, which provides information about the frequency with which different groups in the population, different demographic groups, receive care from other demographic groups, from other households. And so we have time use diaries that give information about the time production that goes to other households. We don't know who receives them. We have the elder care roster that gives information about the frequency with which different groups receive care. And so under the assumption that there is a sort of proportionality between the frequency with which people receive care and the time that is transferred, we can sort of reallocate the time production from diaries to different groups in the population. So I'm going to show some examples of these matrices. This is a matrix for the US of transfers from females to males. These are people who give, women who give, and these are male who receive for different age groups. There are a number of sort of features that we can see in this matrix. Well, first we can see that most of the time transfers are from typically mothers to children, in particular mothers to very young children, but also to children when they become older and teenagers. We can also see that there are some transfers from grandmothers to children, but these are quite smaller compared to transfers from mothers to children. They're about a third in terms of size compared to the mothers to children. If
you don't see elderly care there, no?
yeah, so you don't see so for elderly care, I think that, yeah, you don't see it very much. You see a little bit more in the sort of inter-household type of matrix, but then like in overall sort of size, they're not so big. And like at least in this data, it seems like a lot of the elder care come from spouses. So most of the time, so we see that along the main diagonal, which is sort of care to presumably spouses, this is female to male, the values are relatively high compared to other areas of the matrix. And even at all the ages, 85 plus, well, we can't really see it here so well, but those numbers are relatively high. And so presumably either other types of cares are not reported, or a lot of it comes from spouses going into that, and not so much from children. So if we switch female, if we look at the matrix from female to female, we see some sort of care time to parents, which happen to be in the sort of sub-diagonal of this matrix. But now the colors are not too bright, so we cannot see it so much, but you can imagine that there is some sort of some elevation there, which is not very high. So if we compare it to time that goes to children, it's still very small, but there's still some elevation compared to other areas of the matrix. And this is presumably time that goes from people in their 40s and 50s to potentially their parents. If we look at transfers from females to females, it's also interesting to observe gender differences. There is more time that goes from, say, grandmothers to granddaughters than from grandmothers to grandsons. So this is you can see that this is slightly brighter than the matrix that we saw earlier.
And now you can see that elder care piece too. It's somehow the got a little brighter or, compared to the last slide.
Yeah, so it's the same matrix, but
Right.
for
So
some
the
reason,
shading somehow is,
yeah. When we look at sort of transfers from men to women, we see that qualitatively the patterns are fairly similar, but there is less time overall that goes from men to children. Like most of the time still goes to very young children. The pattern is similar, but in terms of values, it's quite smaller. But in terms of time to spouses, that's about the same from men to women and from women to men. Okay, so when we put everything together, these are the sort of 4 panels that represent transfers from men to men, from men to women, from women to men, and from women to women.
Does the elder care aspect look similar for female to male and for male to female?
So from female, so the elder care aspects, when we look at these sort of like subdiagonal matrices, it seems that like from female to female is larger than say, so the transfers from women to their parents are slightly higher than the transfers from men to presumably their parents or people in the age group of their parents.
And what about on the diagonal?
On the diagonal is transfers to spouses.
Yeah.
Well, presumably to spouses.
Siblings, I guess, right?
And it seems like that the time transfers at all ages is slightly higher from men to women than from women to men. And I'm not sure if that's related potentially to sort of health related issues.
Well, I'm thinking of the fact that there'll be a lot more widows than widowers. So that,
That's also another.
it's a little confused also when you're going out to like 80 and 85, is that this is the household population and that's getting somewhat selected out. That, because the time use surveys don't include anything about, I mean, did you adjust for the institutionalized population of people in nursing homes?
Yeah,
Okay.
those are not in there.
Because you can, I mean, you could do that and then just say that they are receiving and giving 0 care, but then they'll be in the denominator.
see, I'm thinking in your presentation, right at the start, you showed NTA.
Yeah,
And men's consumption at oldest ages is going down and women's is going up.
that's because.
And I'm
men are dying
imagining
and
that's
women are going into
institutional
nursing
care,
homes.
chronic care,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah, it is.
And so I'm thinking there might be a counterpart here, that
Yes.
that's maybe part of the explanation.
So,
Anyway, I don't want to hold this up.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
So this is all average time given. It's not average time received.
Well, it's average time given and received in a way. So it's so this is a matrix of averages that has been it's been weighted in a way that at the population level, the overall time production is equal to the time consumption. So it's average. If we can think of a matrix of overall time that goes from the whole group of people in sort of age groups to other age groups, there will be a matrix of total time. And then we have to divide by the sort of population size in either one direction or the other.
Yeah.
And so this is divided to be per capita, is divided by the population size of producers,
Of the givers.
of the givers, yeah.
So it might be different. We might see a different pattern if we calculated it the other way,
Yeah,
which bears on Ron's question, I think.
Yeah, it might be quite a big deal for the overage.
and certainly if you were comparing, Spain and Senegal or something like that, where, you know, the population pyramid is so different.
Yeah. Yeah. But so if we sort of like take these matrices and then we sum up things over rows and columns, we can sort of come up with sort of standard profiles. These are only for sort of care and not other types of household transfers, but we have like the green line is sort of per capita production and the red line is per capita consumption, which in a way sort of which is consistent with what Gretchen said earlier, that we see a lot of consumption for elderly kids, but per capita the consumption for the elderly is not so high. And that's probably related to the fact that every kid requires a lot of time, but not all the elderly require time. So when we sort of average out across all the people, even though some people may require a lot of time, on average, those are not so high. And so with these types of data, we can then sort of come up with various types of indicators that are standard NTA indicators like support ratios, but applied to care. We can look at things like the effective number of caregivers, that's the numerator, which is a weighted average of the per capita production profile of care, weighted by population size for different age groups. The denominator would be the effective number of care receivers, which is a weighted average of the consumption profile, weighted by the population size in each different groups. So we can come up with this measure of care support ratio. So by definition, at the time, so this is a picture that shows the blue line, which is the care support ratio, and the yellow line, which is the care deficit in a way. So by definition, for the sort of baseline year, we have that the care support ratio is equal to 1, everything that is produced is consumed. And then this is just a sort of simple extrapolation type of analysis where we say, well, if we keep this sort of per capita profiles constant, if we keep behavior constants and we only change demography, what would happen? And we see that we expect the care support ratio to decline, but not so much, like only a few percentage point over a few decades. If we sort of backcast for the past and we sort of keep the current behavior with the demography of the 1960s, when there was a baby boom, in that case, we see that the effect would be drastic. So this is not a sort of an estimate of the care support ratio in the 1960s. It's just to sort of like compare the relative size of the impact of demography on if we keep behavior constant. But of course, behavior was different and time use was different in the 1960s. Yeah.
So we assume, when we do these, we're assuming something, the average and marginal costs by age are the same. When we go back to the 60s, we're looking at the baby boom and we're looking at the effects of a lot of children. But we know in that case that the marginal cost of, say, a second or a third kid is a lot less than the average cost of the first. On the other hand, for elderly, the average equal to the marginal cost might be a good assumption. So, or not, I don't really know. But there could be an important difference when we try to interpret these things. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Well, so it seems like that from sort of like these types of extrapolations, population aging, at least in terms of care, does not seem to be so bad in terms of like household production and care transfers, especially as fertility goes down, sort of like frees up some time that could be sort of devoted to other types of activities. But then one of the assumptions that we have is that time spent in childcare is equivalent to time spent in elder care, and that may not necessarily be the case, and especially when we consider well-being associated to different types of activities. And so the idea is then to sort of look at some measures of well-being in the American Time Use Survey and in the panel study of income dynamics, disability and use of time module, and look at questions like from a scale from 0 to 6, where 0 means that you were not happy at all, and 6 means that you were very happy. How happy did you feel during this time? So these are sort of measures of either happiness, or there are some questions related to meaning, some questions related to stress, to pain, and so on, and so on. And so these types of questions are related to the specific activities. They're different from other types of survey questions where people are asked about their overall life satisfaction. These are specific to the activities that they were performing at one point in time. And so this is some sort of recent work that I've been doing with John Ryan, who is a doctoral student at the University of Washington, and with Dennis. So we looked at the American Time Use Survey, and it looks like in terms of happiness, people tend to be relatively happy when they sort of perform both childcare and adult care. The values of 5 for childcare, 4.3 on a scale from 0 to 6. But happiness tends to be higher for childcare than for adult care. Meaning is also higher for childcare than adult care. When we look at sort of other types of measures like sadness tends to be higher for adult care than with child care. Pain tends to be, well, it's about the same, but like slightly higher for adult care than child care.
What does pain mean in this?
So this is physical pain, I believe. It's something like if you were doing some
Is this like your
activity.
kid bites you?
Well,
Lower back pain.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. So here you're showing the sadness and happiness indexes of those people who are providing at least some time, some care time, or is it for everyone, or what's the?
Yeah, so this is for those people who are providing some sort of care. We have the diaries, and then like they were asked while you were performing this activity, how sort of happy or how stressed you were. And so this is for like it's an average for the time in the activities.
But I guess that those measures depend also on the time that you spend, you know. So if you spend 1 hour taking care of your child,
That's what I thought.
the happiness could decrease with the time that you spend. So and I guess that you are going to multiply those numbers to
Well,
the time spent. So.
I also thought of that, and like we looked a little bit into that because I thought that the sort of like the length would matter, but it doesn't matter so much. So.
But it's hard to believe that healthcare should provide the happiness of 4.3 if you do spend the whole day
Well,
caring about the elderly.
yeah, well, it seems like it's not so, like, I was very surprised as well when I looked into that, but like it doesn't seem to be very much dependent on the length. And so I'm not sure why, if there's some sort of maybe underlying sort of characteristics of individuals and heterogeneity, and people who are sort of happy doing something, they're happy whether for a long time or not. But there are some differences, but not so big.
The survey makes you decide, were you happy? And it's got to be easier to decide how happy you are taking care of your kid and then fill in that same number every time, right?
Yeah.
Is there a great deal of variation? People feel differently about childcare on Thursday than on Tuesday? This is a hard question to answer.
Yeah.
You should measure kilograms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. So we're trying to look at how that is related to other types of things. Also because it's interesting by itself. But like so far we haven't found any sort of like clear patterns about sort of like what you would expect normal.
In terms of your point, Hippolyte, so if you're going to multiply these, then it's important that you say it doesn't really matter whether it's a short time or a long time. It's really if you've done it at all.
Yeah.
So then you wouldn't want to, well, I don't know, then where does that leave multiplication?
So if you reweigh for these types of activities and it's related to duration of the activities, well, you can reweigh things differently for different people. You can sort of like redo things at the individual. The end result is something like an aggregate measure, but you have individual level data and individual level diaries. So in theory, it can be done at the individual level.
Yeah. Okay.
So these are some examples of like stress. Tends to be like slightly higher for adult care than child care. Tiredness is higher for child care than adult care. We also looked into, well, here are some examples of how they sort of compare to other types of activities. The yellow is child care, the red is adult care. And surprisingly, like, they have relatively high levels of happiness and meaning, and compared to, say, other activities like household activities or paid working and these kind of things. So this is just to sort of like show the type of variability in these measures. Oops. So when we look at data from the Pano study of income dynamics, it was interesting that, so the sample is smaller there, but and the type of sort of modes or variables were slightly different, but the pattern is similar. So for adult care, so people are happier and calmer when they do child care than when they take care of adults. They're less frustrated, less worried, less sad, less tired. This is like, this is slightly different. People seem to be more tired with childcare in the American Time Use survey, and they also feel less pain. These are some of the patterns from the Pano study of income dynamics. Yeah.
Have confidence intervals for assessments, because maybe they are overlapping in some cases, and the differences are not significant.
Yeah, so the ones with an asterisk are sort of significantly different, and the other ones, well, this is not significantly different. And typically, and typically there is a little bit more confidence in the values for childcare because the sample is higher, is larger, and there's like not so much confidence about the sort of adult care values. Because the sample is smaller, yeah.
I wonder if there's a way of, I mean, if it's worth it, to normalize by the age of the respondent, that older people who are doing the adult care might just be more jaded and less likely to report happiness than younger people who are tend to be doing the child care.
Yeah.
And so they're, it may be a measure that's sort of relative to possible happiness at this age group.
Yeah. So we looked a little bit into that, and we haven't found really like sort of like clear patterns. And part of the reason is that when we sort of start like slicing things by age, the sample gets even smaller, and so we don't really know the extent to which we can be confident about.
But from your matrices, though, it's clear that the people who are doing adult care are older than the people who are doing child. There's a big. That's what you're saying. They're still right if you're going to break those into ages and stuff.
Yeah.
But older people are generally happier
Yeah.
than younger people, unless Jason
good
gets
news.
cynical. When you get very old, I think it goes back down again.
Okay, so it's then the opposite. Then these are more extreme findings.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know. But these differences seem quite a bit larger than the ones you showed before.
Yeah, so these seem like a bit larger, But I would also be a little bit less confident about this when the panels are division dynamics, like the sample is smaller, and I would tend to sort of like trust the other one.
So this is adult care, which includes both,
Spouses and
say, taking care of your 45-year-old spouse who has the flu or something,
or potentially even your child, your 45
or even your own child, but caring for an elderly parent. It would be nice if it were possible to separate out
Yeah.
care for an elderly parent
Yeah.
and care for a demented parent would be particularly interesting. I mean, it seems so
Yeah.
widely viewed as very stressful.
Yeah.
As Luis is saying, it would be nice to have telomere length measures. something like that.
I guess it depends on the child.
I'm not the economist
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
but somehow I seem to be trying to think how to measure the impact of these, not monetary terms, but in policy, even in policy implications. So on the one hand, from NTTA, we are saying, well, women work some time and work some more time at childcare, and that's good because they are producing something that we are not getting otherwise. But at the same time, it's also having us lose some money from them not being incorporated in the labor market. But when I see this, it all comes in clashes, because at least for childcare, because it seems, I'm trying to see how we could weight this up and make this match with our other messages. So if women and men are happy when doing childcare, that's a plus, right? And if they are not happy when doing elderly care, that's a minus. So in addition to our money values, how can we come up with something that says, well, for the society at large, it's bad or not to have people spending time in childcare and elderly care? And I don't have the answer, but it's just something I'd like to throw in.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is like a sort of difference between childcare and adult care, because the childcare is something that, so people decide to have children often, and so those who sort of decide to have children may also like enjoy the activity and these kind of things, whereas adult care, perhaps like your spouse gets sick or something like that, might be an unexpected event, and that might have sort of like other types of consequences on people and like health. But yeah.
So one thing that I see with this is that from what we see in Costa Rica, and I think you see that in several countries, is what Ivan was mentioning, that we don't see, there's the sample size of elderly care is not that very big. But, and I think we discussed that in Costa Rica, similar to the question that we said earlier, is that my hypothesis, I don't think there is not enough elderly care. It's that what we discussed, I don't know when, is that people consider it companion. So the people that are actually reporting that for me are those that are not happy and that probably think there's like, they know that it's care. That probably there are a lot of people that are doing elderly care, but they don't report it because they think it's companion. So, and those are probably happier, and then we probably find balance. You're not supposed to have there.
I'm not so sure about this issue about you don't choose to have your parents, but you choose to have children works that way, because a lot of people have children that they didn't choose to have, and you have little choice when a child arrives but to care for that child. But with parents, there is a lot of choice. People move away, or they choose not to care. I don't know, they don't like their parents, or the parents don't like them, or whatever. So,
But there are choices about how much to care for children.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what that is relevant to.
To go back to Estela's point, you can look at the income elasticity of happiness or something like that and develop a metric for converting. But I suppose that, I don't know, maybe you then have to think about what the happiness from work time is and so on. But I think you were showing those kinds of numbers. It would be possible to do something along those lines.
Yeah. I mean, so far we only tried to do something like very simple, where we sort of like weighted the time by sort of positive and negative, and we applied it to sort of the type of care ratio that I showed earlier. And so I don't know if you remember from earlier that the sort of care ratio is expected to sort of like go down in the next decade, the sort of care support ratio. But then if we divide it into sort of positive time and positive and negative time in a way that they sum up to the overall care ratio, we can see that, well, the scale is different, but like we see that as sort of care goes from children to the elderly over time, they're all positive, but on balance, like things are positive because there are positive feelings attached to both types of care, but the rate at which the positive care is decreasing is faster than the rate at which the negative sort of time is decreasing. And so proportionally, the sort of mix of time is going to be more towards kind of like slightly less positive type of activities. Not a big impact and lots of assumptions, but like this is kind of like a sort of simplified type of way.
Oh, yeah, the scale is...
Yeah, this is the scale. The scale is different. So this is the one for the negative, the red line, and this is the scale for the positive, the green line. But still, like proportionally, this is going down more than this. I just thought I had to change the scale because otherwise this would look very flat. And, I mean, otherwise we wouldn't see any sort of difference here. Okay, so yeah, so this is about care. Now I want to show a few sort of types of analysis of matrices of time transfers using the multinational time use study. We still have a few minutes on.
Yeah, just a few.
Okay.
4 minutes.
Okay, so these are very recent analyses that I sort of like finished up on my plane ride here. So these are very preliminary. But so the idea is that we can use multinational time use data that is collected for a number of countries. I'm going to skip over this, but I just wanted to say that within NTA, one way that we sort of use as a standard sort of approach to estimate consumption profiles is to use a regression method where we have the overall household production for each household and it's regressed over the sort of number of household members, and we take the coefficients as the sort of, they can be interpreted as time consumption. This is what we typically do, and the key is that we look, the y variable is the total time for household production, but what we can also do is to sort of look at the time production for certain specific groups within the population, and as an example, here is women aged 30 to 34, and we regress that over the sort of household structure of the, for different households. So instead of looking at the overall production, we can take as a y the sort of production of certain specific groups, and that will give us some sort of slices of a matrix of time transfers from certain specific groups to other groups, accounting for all sorts of household production. And then like the sort of like usual types of caveats, and then we have things that are scaled in order to match production and consumption. So I'm going to show a couple of examples for Italy in 1989 and 2002 from data from the multinational tenure study. So these are sort of slices of the matrix. Those are slices of production from women who are 25 to 29 years old. And it's sort of like the per capita sort of transfers from these women to other people in different age groups. And we see that in 1989, there was a lot of sort of transfers to children and a lot of transfers to sort of like same other household members of same age group. Then went down in 2002 for this age group for women 25 to 29. When we look at men, nothing has really happened. Partially, well, so this is on the same scale as women, but even if we sort of zoom in and change the scale, not much is really happening in terms of men in that age group. But what I think is interesting is that when we look at women 35 to 39, for instance, we see that time sort of transfers to specific people of the same age was higher in 1989 than in 2002, but the transfer to sort of children was lower in 1989 than in 2002, and possibly this could possibly be related to fertility postponement. So these women in 2002 had more young children, but in 1989 did not have as many young children. They had some more sort of like older children in a way. So we can still see this little bump here. For men, we see that there's been a general increase for older men, age 35 to 39, from 1989, that's the black line, to 2002, that's the blue line. And a little bit more time devoted to children. So these are sort of slices of these matrix that where we have, so what I was looking, what I was showing was some sort of like slices of these matrices when we put everything together. This is sort of a transfer matrix for women in Italy, 2002. This is age group of women who give, and these are the ages of people who receive. And this is very much preliminary, and there will be some adjustments to this.
This is, I'm sorry, this is a really, really quick question. Can you go back to the slide to any of, so those bombs on the, let's say, 30 to 35 to 39 ages, those are transfers to ego, right? I mean,
or to the spouse, or to the partner in the house.
also the partner, okay. So it's
Yes, so-
both things.
Yeah, so I have to
So
say,
it's basically housework and if I live alone or with someone else.
yeah. And these are only intra-household transfers that do not include any inter-household transfer. So these are basically profile of consumptions where the production comes only from certain specific age and sex groups. Yeah, so these are some, and this is the matrix for men, which is like much lower in terms of like production and transfers in general. So just some reflections to conclude. There are some, I think that these matrices provide quite detailed information about flows of resources, and they sort of allow us, they increase our ability to sort of separate out the effect of demographic change and the effect of sort of behavioral institutional changes. They sort of define that we have information about who gives to whom. And in general, they can also sort of be used as input for other types of formal models, and I think input-output types of models for flows of resources within a population. They can be weighted by various currencies, not only dollars, but also various types of indexes of well-being. The key So one of my sort of key concern is that it's not clear whether this can be sort of scaled, like there are some sort of data requirements that are very different across countries. And when I started to look into the multinational time use study, I was hoping that I could just write some code and then apply it to all countries, but that even within harmonized time use data, there are lots of differences between countries, and so it's not clear whether this can be applied only to a small number of countries or it can be scaled to a large number of countries. Part of the reasons is that for some countries we don't even have a household roster, and so it's kind of hard to sort of evaluate how to estimate various types of consumption. And there's no information, typically there's very little information about transfers to members that are outside of the household, and so it's a bit tricky in lots of circumstances. The US is a special case in that sense. And in fact, we don't really know how many people are there. But that brings me to the question that perhaps we can sort of use tools like microsimulation or like the formal demography of kinship to sort of impute this type of household structure and get some estimates of a sort of denominator in these types of analysis. We may have some sort of measures of time, but we don't know how many people are potentially receiving benefits, and we can use estimates like that. The one last thing that I want to say before concluding is that I just saw that there is a call for sessions at the next International Association for Time Use Research, and perhaps there is a sort of critical mass of people who are working on these kind of things within NTA, and perhaps there is perhaps we can propose a session or something like that.
Good idea.
And yeah, any comments?
Okay, now I think we've had a lot of discussion as we've gone, and we're pretty much out of time. So thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to present some new NTA and NTTA estimations for Costa Rica. I have some graphs that are very similar to what Gretchen shows for the US, so I'm going to pass a little bit quick and show you some new things that I've been doing. Most of it is preliminary results, so just in case everything we can change. Okay. So the agenda, basically, I'm going to start with a basic background. So for Costa Rica, we have, for the last time we met, I think we only had life cycle deficit profiles for 1991 and 2004, and we did a macro update for 2008, and that was the last thing we did. And for NTA profiles, by then Costa Rica only had a time use section that was part of 2004 household survey, and it only had a few questions, but allowed me during my time here to do some production profiles. So now it's what we've done so far. We have new information. We have a new household income survey of 2013. And we have the first time use survey that is for 2011 that allows us to do the NTTA profiles. But this survey has some difficulties that I think Gretchen mentioned some of it. First, it's only for the metropolitan area of Costa Rica, so it's basically only for the center of the country. It's a very long survey, very detailed, but it's restricted now. This is not national level. And the problem that does have is that it excludes important rural areas that my guess is that they represent a big part of household production. So I have a big problem here is that how a methodological difficulty is that if I want to join this, even though they are from different years, 2 years, not so much, but still how I'm going to, well, I can't do this at a national level, so what my guess is that I can do this at a regional level, but I can, the survey, it's easy to do it. My big problem is with the macro controls, and the central bank says you cannot do macro controls at regional level, and they don't allow me to do it. I think we can find a factor or a way to try to do like something. So what I've done so far with Louise is that we have a first preliminary life cycle deficit for 2013. And we have complete the NTTA profiles, all the estimations, but right now what I really think we need to work more is to improve the smoothing adjustments, and I think that's going to take a long work, and to do several sensibility analysis. So this is my motive of research, and it's why should we analyze gender difference and unpaid production in Costa Rica? And more informal way to say is, why do we care? And I remember that was a question Ron asked me, like, during my time here is, so what we do with all this? Like, I know we do more, but what are the policy implications? And since I'm back in Costa Rica, I think people more and more like policy implication research, and they have been more forced to do more applied research, I think. So why do we care? And I have to put this, and there's a human rights aspect, and it's to visualize the gender inequalities. I'm not an expert on it, but I have to always say it, especially when I go to conference to policymakers. And the second thing is the economic implications that have to see the unpaid production. My hypothesis, my main inspiration study is that I think that household inequality explains a big part of the low female labor force participation in Costa Rica. And here is one of the things that Gretchen mentioned, it's the potential opportunities of gender dividend of increasing the female labor force participation that might compense the negative effects of aging, but not only aging, also that people are starting to worry in Costa Rica that every year the new people that are incorporating into the labor force is decreasing substantially. So everybody is saying, we want to have an economic boom, but how it's going how that's happening if we don't have the labor force. So this is a graph. This is a graph of the labor force participation rate by sex since 1991 in Costa Rica, and the blue lines are men and women are orange. And we see that before 1996, women had a participation less than 40%. But around the end of the 90s, female labor force participation started to increase considerably. But then I mark here this line is 2004 because it's my previous life cycle deficit estimation. So these are like my 2 point of comparisons. And we see that since then, female labor force participation hasn't increased that fast. And the problem with this is that people still, like policymakers, still have in their minds that, oh yeah, female labor force participation is increasing, and no, it's not increasing. It's been constant for the last 5 years. So my motive here is why it has stopped this rate of growth. So like just to have an international perspective, in 1990, Costa Rica was around 40% of the female labor force participation. More than 10 years later, Costa Rica is still below the world average. And this is just to see that the countries that are in the top they have better paternity and maternal leave and family policies. And I think this is important. I know it's pretty straightforward for most of you, but I think it's important when we have shown this to policymakers. There's like, oh, it seems that these countries may have been doing something different than we've been doing. Continue with a little bit of the background in Costa Rica. Of the public policies, there is an important public child care network program. It has very good quality, it's important, but the main problem is that it's exclusive for women on poverty condition. And that's a pickle because there are some women that they put their kid on this child care network program, they're in a poverty condition, so now that they have someone taking care of their kid, they go to the market, they start to work, but once they are working, they're not in poverty anymore, so their kid is out of the program. So one of my main goals of my research is to try to convince policymakers that this child care program it's important and they need to increase their coverage. And the problem is that private childcare, it's high, the price it's high. Also, the Women's Institute, it's been promoting this women's entrepreneurship programs, but I don't think they work as very well because they increase informality and women maintain their unpaid production participation. So it's not a solution to increase female labor force participation. So, evidence, and the first thing I'm going to talk is the gender inequality on the market production. So this is the graph, the labor income profile. This is on income units, and blue line, the solid line is for 2013, and the dashed line is for 2004. The profile of 2004, it's a little bit different of what's been published before, but what I did here is that I tried to do the same type estimation. Before we did lowest, now both are with Poly, so I want both to have the same methodology. So this is a little bit different from what was published before, but it's very similar. So what we see, it's a little bit sad the first time we saw it. The economy hasn't changed that much. They're very similar. Some changes we see here, kids are investing a little bit more in public education, but I was hoping this was going to be more similar to like the US profile that is around here, that we see the difference significantly. I don't know very well how to explain this decrease. Yes?
Are these normalized to age exactly 40?
Oh, yeah, it's on income units, so.
So does it just take the one age 40 to normalize?
No, it's between 30
30 and
49. Yeah, 45.
30 to 49. Okay.
Yeah. So this is, I'm not exactly sure how to explain it. I still, this is preliminary data. I need to still check that everything is exactly the same. What is very interesting is that this hole, you can see it here, and my guess is, and even though we see this in other countries, my guess is what we call back home the lost generation, and this is a generation that was like around high school when was we had a debt crisis in the 80s. So these people that didn't complete high school, just to give you a number, less than 50% of all the labor force in Costa Rica completed high school. So it's a big weight, it's in this part. But well, this is not as fun when you separate it by sex, when everything gets more interesting. And this is for 2004 profiles. And what you see here, what I think is that this whole that we see, it's most of it is important weight on women. Now, things got a little bit more interesting when we compared 2004, 2013, and separated by sex. So first, women, this is very interesting. So women, there's an increase, like they're having better salaries, and they, as you see, this hole is moving a little bit to the right. So this was okay, like it was expected. What was very surprising was this happening. So two men actually decreased their profile. And one thing that we saw, so is you compare the 2004, this is the gap in 2004, and 2013, this is the gap. So one of the first things we saw is that, oh, so gender inequality has been reducing. And I'm saying no, because my guess, and I'm pretty sure I can prove this, is that the women that have been incorporating more intensity to the labor market are those that are professional and that have better salaries. Comparing with men that, and the ages are, most of men are at the market, and they're an important part that don't have complete high school, don't have technical levels. So here, this big jump is explained by professional women comparing with this. Yes?
Could you say a little bit more about the normalization? I'm just trying to understand what is one here?
So one will be that the income is the same as the average income of the group.
Of men and women combined
Yeah, men and women combined.
It's different for 2004 and 2013?
Correct.
So, when you're talking about professionalization, why would this affect women aged 50 to 60?
That's good.
Because they have high, I mean, I guess they were more filtered.
Well, maybe I'm going to show you the next graph, and I don't know if I can exactly answer this, but from the last 20 years, what we've seen in Costa Rica is that, since I told you that not many people are at professional level, the premium you get for being a professional, it's getting higher and higher. So let me show you this graph. This is the average real income of workers by social class. This is high class. So you've seen that the high class income increased significantly, but this is only 3% of the population. This is professional and medium business workers. So it increased important since 2004. Let's see the rest of workers. Average incomes being constant for the last 2 years. So this is the premium I'm telling you. So even though at the first sight we can say gender inequality is reduced, I don't exactly think so, because we're only seeing those women that are in the market. And those that are in the market are professional and have good qualification. Okay. So that was only market production. So now we see this is the time units. So this is for the 2011 survey. And this is very similar to what Gretchen showed. So this is market, time dedicated to market production, and this is time dedicated to unpaid production. So we see men specialize in market and women specialize on home production. So I wanted to see a little bit more on the unpaid production. And one of the things that we see is that the main barriers, well, not the main barriers, one of the more important unpaid production categories is care. And this is consumption of childcare, which I like to call is the demand of childcare. So this is on average a newborn demand around 4 hours of exclusive care. This excludes multitasking. And with age increasing, so the time that the kids demand decrease. And this is important because when you show this to a policymaker, you say, see how much time a kid demands. How are you going to expect those women to move to the market if they're having kids and who's going to do that care?
That doesn't mean that men and women should spend the same amount of time, does it?
No, this is not spend, this is demand of care, so this is kids.
So like girl, child.
Yeah, it should be boys and girls,
Yeah.
not men and women.
Oh, yeah,
So-
sorry.
Yeah.
Baby girls are receiving 4.5 hours, baby boys a little less than 4.
I don't think we should put much attention to difference by sex because of methodology. But yes, I definitely need to change boys and girls. I just
Men and women,
I copy paste.
I mean, males and
female.
females.
Males and females, yeah, better.
That may explain why women are doing better in the marketplace, because they're getting more time care from their mothers.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, that's something we discussed once, and I think that one of the problems we have here is that even though we see sometimes that, not necessarily is quality care, like we don't know exactly the quality of that care. So this is the unpaid consumption, total consumption profile. So this is childcare, and this is a little bit of what we can think would be adult care, but still I don't think this time use surveys are very good to estimate the rest of this. Gretchen showed you something very similar. So this will be the unpaid life cycle deficit. This is in monetary units. Once I already put the wages, I still have all of the same conflicts that Gretchen mentioned and that Carl mentioned. Like, for example, when I saw the wages for taking care of a kid, it was very, very low when I use the household income survey, so I put minimum wage because I thought this is like $1 or something like that. But we still need to fix a little bit more, to study more of the wages and the smoothing something here. But what we can see, this is basically the deficit due to childcare, and men, the rest, and I should put males and females, men, the rest of for the rest wages is mostly, they don't have a deficit, they don't have super habit, while women explain most of they finance the deficit. So this is what we've been doing mostly in the NTTA. So then I asked, how different are the profiles between women? So what I analyzed is the production, the difference in the production for women that do work on the market and women that don't work on the market, and we see important difference. This is probably something I haven't figured out very well. But this is women that work on the market, and this is women that don't work on the market, and this is for general activities like cooking, cleaning, doing laundry, and we see important difference. But the thing with this type of production is that it easily can be bought on the market. I can decide to just eat outside because I'm starting to work, so I'm not going to cook anymore. So it's easily to find a substitute on the market. The problem, well, what I think the main problem is this. This is the female childcare production. This is for women that work on the market, and this is for women that don't work on the market, and this is hours per day. The difference is, I think it's more than an hour, but this is not adjusted for the number of kids. Probably these women are having a little bit more kids than these women. And probably also there is a productive effect, like if a woman's not working on the market and she have a kid, probably she can be over taking care of the kid. So we can't adjust by this, but we have to recognize it. So this is a big issue. So what I'm saying here is once the women decide to work on the market, they definitely have to do less time to childcare. And the problem is, how are we going to solve this? So just to finish, I did this scenario. It's very little bit crazy scenario. What is the cost of increasing the female labor force participation? But I only analyzed the effect on the time units. I don't saw like the effect on GDP or something like that. And so my scenario says I want to increase 4 percentage points the female labor force participation, and I want to increase it by moving women that are not working on the market and moving them to the market. It's a very theoretical scenario, and I want to see only the impact on time use. And so what I'm saying is, if I move these women, they're going to reduce their time they dedicate to unpaid production, and how much time they're doing now. What I'm saying is, I'm going to put the average time performed by a woman that work on the market of the same age. So basically, we go back here. If I have a woman age 24 and she's not working on the market, I'm going to put, instead of 1 hour and 20 minutes of childcare, she's going to do less than an hour. So I'm going to use these profiles to impute the time they're going to do now.
The 4% is that you'll do that for 4% of the women, or?
No, it's to increase the female labor force participation on 4 percentage points, which means to add around 26,000 women to the labor force. And this is only for women on productive ages, because I don't see a point to incorporate a woman that's 50. I'm saying it's around 25 women aged between 25 and 35.
I think, well, your profiles, your time profiles are very interesting, and different between those who are working and who are not as well. And it takes me back to the point about leisure. So it seems most women spend time on what they spend most time on is on housework, and that's where there are not many differences, right? Do you have how much time they work, those who are working, to see? Because that, I think that would really be the chart, right? Yeah. So, because if we add up the two, the child care and the housework, you have the total amount of time being worked. But for those who are in the market, you'll have at least, and I think it was basically about 6%. But if you add the housework, the labor market work, which might be at least 4 hours, that really takes a lot of time with those who are working.
Yeah, it actually been an argument of the researchers in the Women's Institute, because they say even though you put those women to the market, they're still going to do housework, and they have like this double schedule. I don't know how to say it. Like they double shifts. Thank you very much. They will have double shifts, but yeah, we can do that. I haven't done that. So this is my assumptions of what I did, and just to warn you, my goal here is not to estimate the exact cost or the exact number. It's kind of scaring policymakers and saying this is important, see what you need to do. And what I estimate is the female aggregate childcare production. So for what I observe and for what I simulate. So this line is the female aggregate childcare, and this line is the total female aggregate childcare production if we increase 4 percentage points the female labor force participation. So the big question here is how much is this difference? And I said the gap is about 16,000 hours per day. So that's when I tell the policymakers, how are you going to expect these women to move to the market if they're doing a lot of hours? You need to solve that in order so they can move. Yes.
Well, and that is in addition to any double shift that's already existing. Sort of in this scenario, you're saying that I move these women to the market and they have the same double shift that they had before, but not more. So if you don't want to make it even worse for them, then that's what has to be reallocated to somebody else.
Yeah.
Another step one might take is that, probably housework exclusive of care is going to have to be done the same way, maybe with the same efficiency, but the child care, or that 4 hours of exclusive care or whatever, perhaps that could be done in child care in which you had maybe 1 adult per 3 children.
Yeah.
And then you could do a calculation like that. So where did those new child care workers come from? So that
I actually, in a more extended version of, and that's what I did for PAA, because first I say, okay, so let's divide this by 8 and see how many people do you need? And it's a lot of people, but then I say, you don't need 1 child care worker per child. You can have, there is a economy
of scale.
Of scale here. So it's actually going to be cheaper for you government because here you have 1 woman for a child or 1 woman for 2 child in some houses. But yes, I do recognize that. And what Gretchen mentioned, it's something that I didn't mention here, but I always had to mention back home. And it's something that the Women's Institute is also promoting, and it's co-responsibility programs. So it's that besides trying to put these women on the market, you also need to work co-responsibility programs so that family co-responsibility, that it's not only, all the unpaid production is not only responsibility of the women, it's responsibility of every member of the household. What I say to them is that yes, I'll put that on my slide, but the effect of your co-responsibility programs, it's on the long run.
and you need to solve this quick. So do it both ways. And just to end, this is for childcare, and this will be for all aggregate household production, and will be 97,000 hours per day, which is a lot. But still, there's a lot of things here like cooking and cleaning that you can pay a cleaning lady, or you can just buy food at a restaurant. So I think the policy implications. Yes?
You have a measure, like a per capita measure, like 26,000 hours for how many women?
Como like the
Yeah,
per
like
capita
that.
profiles?
No, like, this is how many hours per day, for example, extra for women per week?
Or on average for
Yeah,
those,
exactly.
oh, no, I haven't done that.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. And that's it.
I have a question. So you and also Gretchen at the beginning said something about, well, I don't want to talk about what's fair or human rights or something like that. But actually, then a lot of times you are talking about equity. And I think that you should be. I think that's very important. And I'm trying, but I understand why you said that at the beginning, because you're talking to a lot of men, and I know, I have 2 daughters and no sons, and they're always complaining to me about how hard they work relative to their male colleagues. And I don't quite, I always say, well, stop. Don't do it. But somehow, and so I kind of have that reaction. Well, why do women work so much harder than men? I'm not quite sure why they do. It's somehow, it's the nature of us or something. So I would, I can see shying away from that, but at the same time, if you can talk about policy, if you can relate this to policies and say, okay, if you do this policy, what are you doing? You're adding more burden to women who are already doing more than their fair share. So maybe somehow that would resonate more with people. I'm not quite sure.
I think
how to
maybe
approach this, but-
it's that I put that on different audiences. Like
Yeah.
when I say humans right, and I know I have to recognize this, but I'm not an expert. It's because it's mostly for the Women's Institute or these groups that they have a completely different, not idea, but different speech of what we say. So actually, if I say to them, I am talking about human rights and equity, they will say no. If they will see this, they will say no. So it's like different speech, and I totally understand what you're saying. And I think you're right about the last part, that I should say more, like focus a little bit more on the human rights part. But it's like for them, I'm not talking about human rights. It's like more economic only, like.
Well, is it that, there's this whole, what is it called? The UN has this whole thing about legal, sort of a legal approach to everything, defining, a rights-based approach to development and so forth. And you're shying away from that kind of approach.
Okay.
I don't know. But
Maybe I can say it's a different perspective of human rights through economic analysis, because most of the time when they analyze human rights, they don't see economics.
well, it just seems to me that our biggest contribution with this work is about equity.
Yeah.
And not about, I think in a way people are overestimating the kind of ways that policies are going to contribute to greater GDP, because they're not measuring GDP properly. But the equity issues are really very important, and that's kind of,
Yeah, I
it seems to me, what we should emphasize in counting women's work.
think Josh was very.
I'll try to be fast. On the equity, it'll be interesting to see the leisure, and I think there's probably an economic argument to make that leisure is equally valuable to men and women, and therefore in the outcome, if you have less leisure, you're worse off, or something like that, even if there's choice involved. But my question is more sociological. Is there a stigmatization by class of childcare since it's apparently a rich woman's consumption good? If you're rich, then you take care of your child. If you're poor, you put it in daycare. And therefore, it's kind of a luxury good that you taking care of your child is considered display of wealth, status. Is this something that one has to change?
Well, I don't think exactly like that. Like poor women, those who are fortunately enough to get accepted to this program, so they get accepted. But then also probably the professional ones that can afford childcare. So I'm thinking more women that are like just like in the line of poverty and a little bit.
And they're not considered bad mothers. The professional woman to put their child in childcare is not considered a bad mother.
No, I don't think so. Maybe
Okay.
but I don't think so. Yes.
Yeah. Could you manage informal workers, people who work in informal sectors? Is it possible in your survey to manage the situation of informal workers, or to have information about income coming from informal sector?
Yes. I cannot do it, I think, with the time use survey, but I can do it with the household income survey and the household survey. And what we see is informal sectors growing, and women's participation there is being growing. So when you see unemployment rates, poverty rates, humans are more affected in this. But I think it will be interesting to incorporate that a little bit more here to give it more strength.
Because I guess it will increase also the labor rate, participation of the woman.
Yes, one of the things that I always say when I present this to policymakers is, yes, you have to try to put more women on the market, but it has to be in two conditions, in the formal sector and in quality jobs. Don't put it like this entrepreneurship programs that they get broke like really fast, and what they have is a nail salon that it's just them, and easily they just have to close. So it has to be quality jobs and informal sector, and more people are discussing about having a employment policy. And what we're doing from our research center is try to put in this policymaker's mind that if you're going to do an employment policy, it has to be focused on women, like the big part, because it's the labor force's participation is very low.
And just maybe to add some remarks after Andy, because you say we have economic rights completely separated from economic situation, and this it's not true. I give you only the example in Morocco, for example. In Morocco, we have economic rights dedicated specifically to old people, and so we have public policy acting specifically for old age, and because we have this economic, because we have this human rights law, and so we have to check if all people live in decent way, and because we consider economic human rights, we improve economic rights to old age people, and we have implemented a new law, economic law, only for old women, specifically for old women, in terms of housing and in terms of healthcare. And it was possible to do this due to human rights, because we have this law dedicated to old age human rights.
I don't know if we have more time.
Well, let's take one comment but no response.
Here's your
Last
chance,
word,
Yvonne.
last
You can say anything you want.
Well, my presentation is as Pam's preliminary, so I'd really like to take advantage of being here for receiving comments and you telling me whether this is, well, whether this makes any sense or not. And basically what I'm trying to do here is use NTTA's input to understand, one, what would be the implications in terms of care, both demanded and supplied in the future, and whether we would be able in Mexico with the current distribution of household of housework to cover the increasing demands that are supposed to come with an aging population, and two, what would happen if we were to have a more equitable distribution of housework. So, with me, and this is just to show the aging process. I'm not going very far in time, and I'm working with the 2002 data because that's what we have been working with and what we know more of. But the most important change, as you can see, is a decrease in the young ages and an increase in the elderly population. And it may not be very significant, at least till 2030, but it's supposed to be doubling the elderly population in a 20-year time. So we have, on the one hand, that these people might be needing more care, these might be needing less, and on the other hand, we have, how do I go along? These which I've been showing all along many times, the male and female distribution of work. So we know men work more in the market, women do more housework and more caregiving. And what I'm asking is, what would happen if we could redistribute some of this time into the care, or at least increase it, and if we were to increase some of these? Now, why am I doing this? Well, there's, on the one hand, we have the discussion or the worries about the increased care work that might be needed by the elderly. And on the other, we have the contested societal need, or that we want women to be more on the labor market, right? And whereas, let me go one step back. Whereas we have these to be means by age, we know that there are some groups that actually do both housework and labor market work, and these happens for both men and women. And I know this is a very complex graphic, but I'll tell you, and the labels are in Spanish, but I'll tell you very quickly what it's all about. These are different time use patterns. And it's both men and women, but what's very important to understand is that in each of these patterns, I find both men and women. So there are some men that are doing some housework, and some that are not doing any. And there are some women that are doing both housework and care work, and there are some that are not doing anything. So we have, for example, this first pattern, which accounts for the less of the population, where they divide their time between market and housework. And then the other nice thing about this graph is that we also get to see how leisure and personal time get sacrificed in each of these different patterns. There are some others where we find more labor market time and more domestic work, and these are basically women and some unemployed men. So there's variation in the population. Not everyone behaves the same way. So where does this come to, or what are the main issues here? Well, I mentioned already that aging will come with an increased need for care, especially in a population like Mexico, where we have a high predominance of chronic diseases, which might actually be causing disabilities, and the care for need might increase even more in the women. On the other hand, we have that women are increasing their labor force participation, maybe not that much, but they are some, and they are also increasing the time they spend in the labor market. So I was mentioning we want to compensate both things. And the other is that most of the care work in Mexico is family care. And there's really this important discussion in Mexico right now about social security, and there's just the statement that there's no way to cover it, right? So what do I do here? And the two questions I try to answer are whether in the context of demographic change and basically aging, we have, as I said, the conditions for covering the demand for household work in 2030, and I chose 2030 because it's really not very far away. It's only 2 presidential terms. And the other thing is what would happen if women and men were to adopt a more equitable demand division of household work. And I'll just say in a minute, how do I do that? So I used the 2002 Mexican Time Use Survey, which has data on time use for more than 20,000 individuals, 12 and older. And of course, we have the same limitations that we have in many other time use surveys. We only have within household transfers, and we measured care for children only, well, and specific care for children 0 to 5 years old, and some activities for children 6 to 12, care for the disabled, and that actually surprisingly shows very low, and housework. But we don't have any specific measurement or questions about care to the elderly, other than the disabled, which I already mentioned. It's really non-significant. And we also don't have any measures on inter-household transfers. So what I do to answer the first question is rather simple. I take my NTTA estimates, and I basically focus on time right now. I'm not looking at the monetary part of it. And estimate time outflows and inflows. And then I estimate, well, I apply those structures to the population of 2030 to see how demand will increase and how, if people remain giving the same, how much time we would be getting. The second thing I do is to approach the more equitable question, and this might not be the best way, but at least we should, well, start some way. I identified the time outflow patterns of those individuals who live in households where care is needed. And that means at least more care is needed. That means having at least one child in the household or one elderly person in the household. And then I took the 3 age groups that make really a difference in the time men and women are spending in each of these care activities, which coincide very much with the life cycle stages. So we have the 12 to 21, where individuals are living in a house with their parents and may not have children. but they may also be taking care of elderly, or their grandparents. Then we have the 22 to 60, where they either have children or they have an aging parent. And we have 61 and plus, where they are taking care of their grandnieces, grandsons, and or of their partners. Once I do that, I divide into quartiles, take the height for the men, the mean of the fourth quartile, which is we would want men to spend more time, right, in caregiving. And I cannot impute them any distribution. What I'm doing is, well, saying if there are some men that are actually taking care of, or in this amount of time, what would happen if that amount of care was to be observed by the whole population. For women, on the other hand, we would want to decrease the amount of care they are giving. So what I take is the first quartile, and I take the mean of the first quartile. They are giving some care, but they are not giving as much as others, right? They are not spending their whole time caregiving. And I apply these two patterns to the 2002 and to the 2003 population. Oops, 10 minutes. So I won't be spending a lot of time on this, but this is basically similar to what Emilio was showing. Of course, he was showing it in a much nicer way, where we have, actually this is a demand for care. So we have that this is childcare, and that the solid lines are housework. And I have it divided by men and by women. And since men do not do much housework or much childcare, they are demanding more housework than women, which are demanding less, right? Now, the other thing to notice is the increase after age. Well, in this case, it's
So these are net of supply?
This is the consumption.
Just the consumption, not, okay.
And then that's individual consumption, and this is aggregate consumption. Of course, since Mexico is still a relatively young population, we have that most of the time is spent on children, but there's that little peak on the care to the very old. Now, I may not, so this is basically how the distribution of time demanded varies by age and how it will increase over time. And what we can see, let me see, is of all the time that will be demanded in terms of care for the future, the care for children will decrease. In terms of 10%, I mean, it will represent 10% less than what is representing now. But even when there's an aging population, we won't see that much of an increase for the demand for the elderly. It doubles from 3.32 to 6.63 of the whole care that should be given in the future. Now, and I'll make a note here. I don't know why oh, no, these are the hours. So we see that in the future we will be needing more care. So this is how much people are giving on an individual level, and as we already know, we have that the dashed lines are housework, the solid lines are children's work or caregiving, and red are men, black are women, and we have women giving always more care than, or spending more time than men on work. But especially, we have this peak when they are in their childbearing and childcaring ages. And we see a little of that in men, but we don't see that much. But the thing is that is important is that we see that most of their care work happens actually at the same time of their productive age, right? Now, this is care supply. Once we apply the population structure, and what we are able to see is that most of the care in the future will be coming from the more advanced ages. So how do the projected care time, demand, and the supply match? Well, it turns out that they do. There's a little mismatch in the demand and the supply. They should be equal. I don't know why that's happening. I think that has something to do with the smoothing, but we can check. But what's the most important part of it is that even in 2030, even with the aging population, the decrease in the necessary child care makes up for a decrease in the overall care that people will be demanding for the people who can give it. So in both cases, the supply is larger than the demand. In this case, in 2030, it's obvious because I'm imputing the demand, keeping it the same, and what I'm buying is the supply, right? So it seems that we will be okay. I mean, if things were to stay the way they are, we wouldn't be having so-called crisis. Now, what happens if we were to make men work more and women work less? And these are just to show the same variation I was talking about. So I'm checking for men these hours. So I'm taking for men the top, and the top. And we can see that even if we took the men who work the most in care, they really work much less than women, and they work less than the women who work less, right? So we have here the men who are working more, the weekly hours. They might be working from 8.5 hours a week to 8.5. Women, on the other hand, and just for this age group, the ones that are working the less, are working between 18 and 20 hours. So one would think more things wouldn't match, right? And it seems like it was a first step to start. We can ask men to work 1 hour more weekly. It's not really demanding that much. And here's the result. If I was to apply that time supply to the population, and distribute it among everyone, the black one is the observed, and the red one is the one I'm simulating over equitable conditions. And it seems I might be getting much less child care and a little more of the elderly care. But the problem actually is not here, but here. It's men not contributing enough to housework and to child care. Now, if I was to project that to the future, the problem remains the same. I don't have a problem in elderly care. I have a problem in child care. And in some sense, that might be good news because solving child care might be easier than having someone who's bedridden at your house and having to take full-time care of them, right? So what is it that I'm learning from this? Well, the first thing is, if things continue, I say they're due course, but it's not really their due course, the time demand will be met, or apparently, I mean, if everything continued the same, even in an aging context. But what I'm having more problem with, if I was to get more equitable, is with children's care. Some problem with the elderly. But the other thing is I'm not considering here how the demand for care is actually increasing. I'm just supposing it's just the same, right? I'm assuming it will be constant. Is this a good message? I don't know. I don't think it is. But what can help us better understand what we need in the future? Well, the first thing is to really understand what the time demands are. We are right now estimating it according to what people are giving, and there might be some needs that are not met, and that might be changing in the future. So how can we get a better estimate of what will be needed, or what's needed and is being unmet? That's one of the things we need to understand. The second is we are assuming that the need for care will change. And I think we need to understand how households within their internal dynamics might be responding to these increasing demands, and moreover, how sustainable these will be over the long term, as they have to take care of the elderly not only for 5 years, but for 10. And how that changes over the course. And then what I need to do immediately is to refine the simulation, taking into considerations these restrictions in terms of the market, who's working, who's not working, and in terms of leisure time. We don't want to have everyone spending more time, even when I'm just adding 1 hour for men, but sacrificing their own personal and leisure time. I have 2010 and 2014 data now. So making those estimates and comparing how things have changed over that time period might help me understand better how things adapt. And in the case that we were to say, well, if we need, or do not need, but if we were to pay women or other household members who are spending time caregiving, how much would we need to compensate them for? So the third thing to do is to estimate monetary compensations. And that's it. Yes.
Because the first thing to do to improve the estimates and to make that your supply and demand match each other is working with matrices, as Emilio presented,
yeah,
instead of the marginals of outflows, inflows. Because you are assuming that those are going to be constant over time.
exactly.
And that's not the case because of the demographic transition. This is going to change. And the way of modeling this is looking at the matrix, people of different stages.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good way to go forward. Yes, Josh.
Let's say provocative basic results, which I haven't seen before, but maybe this is familiar with it. But is part of what's going on is that people have lots of time in their 50s and 60s because they're not working much at those ages, and then as the population ages and people live longer, there'll be a change in supply. Would that be the kind of the argument why we maybe should be worried, because these schedules are, for the current situation, we're retiring young, but in the future they won't have that much time? Because they'll be busy working and saving for their own retirement, for example?
Well, I wish that was the case, but I'm sure Ivan can say more. That's certainly not the case in Mexico. I mean, in Mexico, people keep working until late. So what might actually trying to see how both things match is you'd have people continue on the market until late, and at the same time they would have to care for their aging partners or probably aging parents. I mean, they're very old parents after age 60.
But your story is that people in their 50s and 60s have a lot of time that they can give for caregiving in the current schedule. That's why aging will be a net positive thing for time, because there'll be more people with more time, right? That's your story. That's why the surplus gets so large.
Okay, let me see. You're talking about
The kind of the magic table with the 4 numbers.
yeah. Well, if you actually look at this, they don't really give that much care when they are after retirement age, or after compulsory retirement age, which doesn't work in Mexico. I think that's what's really happening, is that we have such an important decrease in fertility and having to care for children, that more than makes up for what we are increasing here. Yes, Ron.
When we calculate the support ratios and how they change over time for time use or for standard NTA, we can interpret that as estimating a pure demographic, a pure effect of demographic change, holding everything else equal. When we do a projection into the future, then we need to think about taking into account the demographic change, but also the changes in the age-specific rates and patterns. And in this case, well, not just with you, but more generally in all of this, the time use literature probably, the way things have unfolded, I think, in most countries, certainly in the US, is that as people have lived longer, they've also lived longer in better health, and to a first approximation, the need for long-term care or for, a lot of care on the part of others, dependency, is occurring about the same number of years before age of death. So it may be more pessimistic. I'm not sure what the story would be in Mexico, but my guess is it would be similar, that people are living longer. The onset of old age dependency and ill health and disability and dementia and so on is also going to be coming somewhat later. So for the support ratio type calculation, we don't care. We're holding everything else fixed and just looking at the demography. But if we're thinking of a kind of projection of supply and demand into the future, then we're going to want to think about this business of how we expect the demand by age for care might change. And as I say, I'm not sure what the evidence is for developing countries or less countries that not long ago had lower life expectancy and now are close to where rich countries are. But that would be my guess.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't know how to project into Mexico in the future. I mean, we know we have such a large charge or importance of chronic diseases that are being carried on. How much disabilitating those will be, or those consequences will be? There are some people that say it will be a lot, though might not. So I don't know if Luis wants to say something
One could
about that.
compute, your schedule is age-based, and you could do one based on age of death,
Uh-huh.
and those could maybe bound the two possibilities. The high care scenario is that there's no improvement by age, and the low care scenario is that people spend the same number of years before death to say
Yeah.
And according to Alberto Baloni
Yeah,
and here
that's what I was
Bertrand,
thinking.
the future is somber for Latin America because of the injuries at a young age and bad nutrition and things like that. At old age, they said Latin Americans are going to have a lot of problems. I don't believe on that.
Yeah, that's
The survival selection effect probably is a strong factor to consider that can neutralize this.
So probably making a 3-case scenario might be a good idea. And a low need for care, more intensive, and everyone just not being able to move anymore. Andy.
Well, this is for a question for everybody who's working on the time use thing. So it seems like the time use accounts, are we just tracking time transfers? Or are we also looking at the other uses of time, like time for labor force participation, time and leisure, time and self-maintenance? Is that part of the basic accounts?
So far, I've just been doing monetary units and time units for market work and its related pieces, like looking for work, and then the household production accounts. I've asked people sometimes to, if they haven't, to separate out the other pieces, and they probably do, but I haven't been collecting that because I haven't gotten a lot of it.
Because it seems, the policy things that people are talking about, it seems kind of critical of, so time for transfers is gonna go up. Where is that time coming from? It's gotta come from leisure or labor force participation, and we're all talking about those sorts of things, but we don't, it seems like we're kind of, we can do better for building data to analyze that.
So the other things would seemingly be education, leisure, and then would self-care include sleep and teeth brushing and.
Do we have these things collect complete accounts anyway?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I think I was actually thinking earlier this morning how we would want to incorporate this ideal time use distribution into this. Precisely thinking, well, people would have to still have time for leisure, but if we want to add a time of some and decrease the time of others, exactly, how would that actually come into play, both within the household and across individuals? And I think my time, I don't actually know how I'm doing in terms of time, but I think these might actually give an idea of what happens if, there are some cases where there's clearly a trade-off. Either you work a lot and then you care not that much, or you mix care and work and caregiving, but then what you're really sacrificing, because it's the 100% sum, is your time leisure, right? So which of these is our ideal situation? I don't actually know, but we can play with that. Not that everyone will have to observe the same, but I think the other thing that's important to understand is who is in each of these cases and what are the situations. which allow each of these different conditions, both for the person and for the resources that are within the household.
Well, I found out about this meeting a little bit late from Ron, and I said, well, if somebody cancels, I'm happy to give a talk on some emails I've been trading with Ron and other people. And Ron said, oh, you have to come, and he squeezed time away from other people or maybe from lunch. So thank you, Ron, and thank you, all of you, for your indulgence to let me squeeze in here. This is a perfect group. This is kind of hot off the press, so it's a perfect group to kind of run this by. So what I've been working on are, we have these, many of you have probably seen them, and especially they're very much emphasized in Ron's early work on transfers, these kind of comparative statics calculations in stable populations, where you change the growth rate, little r, or maybe Ron calls it little m, and it gives you some result based on mean ages. So we kind of have some very easy way to understand what the effective growth rates are on, say, fiscal support ratios or something like that. And so what I'm doing here is I'm providing a kind of parallel calculation for longevity, and the traditional one is called tilting, or I think pivoting is what it's called in the literature, where you kind of change the age pyramid by changing Lotka's R, and stretching is you stretch out life. So I'll present these. It turns out to be a little more approximate, but I think it's probably useful.
Without the mouse plugged in.
Now, okay, so so if you read about what causes population aging, everybody says it's because of both of declining fertility and increasing longevity, and they never say it's mostly because of one or mostly the other. If you go back in the literature, if you look at kind of Lotka or Ensign Cole or something, they all say in populations with low life expectancy, the growth rate is what matters, and mortality matters very little. And then they all say, but now there's not much infant mortality anymore, so maybe longevity will matter more in the future. So then there's a literature on saying how much mortality decline matters for various things, but I think this is still controversial. I mean, I say that because I think Ron presented a response to the existing papers by Sam Preston, and then that's still not easy, right? In real populations with evolving age structures are difficult to formulate. So this is a great opportunity, I think, to do comparative statics in stable-like situations, because the real world is super complicated. So we really want to understand these factors. What kind of, I think it's worth doing in this laboratory type setting of model populations. Okay, so here's the motivation. So Fanny and I are doing a paper on changing budgets in Europe, and we noticed that these are Eurostat population forecasts and common tax and benefit schedules, I think using Germany in this case. And so what we noticed was that, as everyone says, the fiscal support ratio will go way down in the future. That's population aging. There's not going to be enough taxes according to current schedules to pay for all the benefits. But what I was surprised by was these numbers are basically the same here. I always thought, being in Germany for the last 7 years, we have to raise fertility. It's so bad for population aging. But actually France fertility rate of about 2 and Germany fertility rate below 1.5 are both going to age about the same amount. So France is facing something like a 50% tax increase, and Germany maybe a 20% tax increase. But the numbers are not dramatically different. If you told the Germans that, oh, forget about your family policy, it's only costing you 1/4 of the gap, it would be politically inflammatory and they wouldn't believe you. But anyway. So fertility doesn't seem to matter that much. Is this really right? Okay, so these are real populations. There's all kinds of stuff happening between 2013 and 2060. The aging of past fertility, it's a very complicated problem. Comparing 2013 and 2060, we probably shouldn't use comparative statics to do this, but the motivation came from this, okay? So we don't want to look at the real world, again, because, we don't, this kind of thing goes to this kind of thing, the height of this pyramid, and it's too much going on here. So let's be simple. Okay, so here's who first did this? Lotka? Maybe not. Lee? Somebody in between. Somebody in between Lotka and Lee.
Ansley Cole and then
Cole.
Preston, I think.
So here I'm taking the fiscal support ratio, which is going to be the ratio of aggregate taxes to aggregate benefits. Is that the right direction? Yeah. Okay. And I'll take the derivative of the log of it, and it ends up being the mean age of benefits minus the mean age of taxes. So in the schedules I just showed you, those schedules, the mean age of benefits is about 54, and the mean age of taxes is about 48. So the difference between Germany and France, half a child, that's about 1% growth rate. So if you go from France to Germany, you're losing about 1%. And 6 years difference, 1%. The fiscal support ratio will go down about 6%. So remember we saw things going down 15, 20%? Well, that's good. 6% is almost exactly the difference between 15 and 20%. So I think that's coincidence a little bit, because there's a lot more going on here, but we're getting the order of magnitude right. Okay, so what else is going on? There are two other things going on. One is that the kind of history of the population is happening, and the other is longevity increase. So let's ignore the history of the population thing and just look at longevity increase.
What about migration?
And there's also some migration, yeah. I mean, I think these
But not
Eurostat,
really
these Eurostat things are assuming pretty low migration, so they're probably wrong, or they're uncertain in that sense. Okay, so if you do the math, you come out with something like this with respect to E0. If you differentiate the fiscal support ratio, you make it a function of the length of life somehow, then it turns out to be, again, the difference between two quantities. But what's the difference? TE0 means the taxes paid at time E0, at age E0, so say 75, 90, 80, whatever E0 is. And big T is the total taxes you pay over your lifetime. And B0 is the benefits received at about the mean age of death, divided by the benefits over the lifetime. Okay, so how does this work? At age 80, according to the schedule, which is about life expectancy, you pay about 1% of your lifetime taxes. And you receive about 3% of your lifetime this should be benefits. Sorry, that's
without discounting.
No discounting. This is all in the cross section. Exactly. Yeah.
Or maybe there's discounting by the population growth rate? Or is
Here
that
I'm
not?
assuming the
Or is
population
this
growth rate
all-
is 0. I should have conditioned on that, yes. Here this is at R equals 0, this formula applies. If R isn't 0, then you need some R's up here.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So you're comparing two rectangular populations.
two stationary populations.
Stationary and
Yeah.
rectangular. There is no.
Rectangular, okay. I wouldn't call them rectangular, but they have the shape of the survival curve. Yeah.
And maybe productivity growth is 0, or the profiles stay constant, I guess is the
This is
key
all
thing.
in the world of constant profiles. We're taking the cross section.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So the difference between 1 and 3% is 2%. Okay, it's 1 minus 3%, so it's minus 2%. So if you increase life expectancy by 10 years, the fiscal support ratio is going to go down by 20%. Okay, and 10 years is not crazy for the course of 50 years, 2 years a decade. That sounds high for the US, but it's certainly in line with Sweden or Japan or probably France. Okay, so we already got the two red numbers, 6% and 20%. Okay, so longevity is a big deal here. Okay, so in the rest of my time, when am I supposed to stop now?
Oh, to get us back on schedule?
Well, just when do you want me to stop?
Should have stopped 5 minutes ago. Yeah, no. Take. I've lost track of the time, so let's.
If I talk for 7 or 8 more minutes? is
Yeah, that
fine?
should be fine.
Okay. So here's a simple way to get this formula. Say we have some total which is capital W, and it's just we're in a stationary population, so it's the survival weight. This is like the number of people aged X, and we have some age-specific schedule, little w. Okay, and now we're going to let everybody die at age E0. So L will be, now we're going to get this rectangular population that Hippolyte was talking about, where L is just 1 until we get to E0. Okay? Now we differentiate with respect to E0. I always wanted to write down the words fundamental theorem of calculus. Right? So fundamental theorem of calculus tells us if we differentiate with respect to one of the limits of integration, we just get the value of the function at the limit of integration, and that's what we get. Okay, so here's the picture. Right? We have W, we have Wx, and if we extend this border out a little bit, a good I mean, if we do it a tiny, tiny bit, an infinitesimal amount, we'll just add another strip like this, and it'll be height WE0. Okay, so that's the one way to get the formula, is just imagine you have all the deaths at the foot of one age, and you just change that, and then it works. For an infinitesimal change in E0, it's exact. Okay? And if we want the logarithm, we just divide both by W, and that's the formula that we had up here. Except I'm now using W's for this generic weighting function. Okay? So the way I got the formula actually wasn't that way. The way I got the formula is I said, let's just change life expectancy by changing hazards at all ages, so-called proportional hazards changes. And then you get these expressions that look like entropy-like relationships. And this is exact. And this is exact if hx is the distribution by hx of Lx times log Lx over the sum of all of that. And if we kind of have a mean age of life gained, which is this kind of x bar, then that's a good approximation of this interval. And it turns out the mean age of life gained in the Gompertz is almost exactly life expectancy, and in general it's a little bit less than life expectancy. So we shouldn't be using age 79, say. We should be, to get a better estimate, we would use age 79 minus a few years. Okay, so how well does this work? Ron said this can't work. And so, because schedules are not linear, they're very complicated, and so the approximation has to be terrible. So here's the life expectancy in I don't know why I chose this, life expectancy 79. Here you see what's going on with benefits and taxes. Well, they actually are kind of linear out here. They're pretty straight lines out here. This is where we're adding most of the person years. If we look here, here's where I'm adding the person years when I go out, say 5 years. Person years are being added between age 50 and 80. So things are kind of linear between 50 and 80. There's no person years being added back here, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, and if you do the exact, what happens exactly when you add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of life expectancy, and here's the approximation. This is with Gompertz longevity, so it's very, very good in that particular case. And here's the traditional comparative differentiating with respect to R. Here I've converted it to the TFR. So now we can compare kind of what's the importance of fertility, what's the importance of longevity. Well, if we shift fertility from 1.5 kids to 2.5 kids, it barely changes the fiscal support ratio. This is because there's offsetting changes, and this is kind of the point of the science paper. Well, one of the points is I think your things you're optimizing are very flat. Right? I mean, the optimum happens to be at some particular number, but if you change it by half a kid, it's remarkably the same. Well, that's not true at all if you change life expectancy by just a few years. You get huge effects. So here's, you change life expectancy by 5 years, it's going to change the FSR by, I guess, 7%. So that's not quite right. Before I was saying 10%, because it's a lot of rounding, 1%, 3%, so now we're down to 7%. But still, it's a huge effect. It's much bigger than fertility. Okay, so this, I'll skip that. That's just, I did it for all the NTA schedules, but really I should have Gretchen look at this before I show it to anybody. There's lots of strange tax and benefit schedules that don't cross, you know, for Benin or something. There's lots of strange countries that don't look like what, it looks like there's, but basically the story is, it's a decent approximation, not an exact approximation. And the places it does really badly are where the schedules kind of go, say benefits go up to age 70 and then start plummeting. Well, those are probably places where there's some pay-as-you-go system that's being phased in, or, I mean, so maybe the steady state may look more like the US than in some of these countries where you get these incredible non-linearities where suddenly people stop getting pensions at age 85. Okay, so how can you extend this? You can do other indices. We can probably do this with time. We could do it with general support ratios, not just fiscal support ratios. The old age dependency ratio turns out to be very easy because that just gives everyone the value of 1 at some ages and 0 at other ages. So we don't even have to worry about what age we pick as long as we know which region it's in. It's easier, is the magic age above 65 or below 65 that you've got, it's either 1 or 0. And then extending this to R not equal to 0, so to can do longevity changes in the general stable population. And what one finds there, of course, is that when populations are older, and there are more older people, kind of just because of fertility history, that longevity changes will matter a lot. Like if we have a hammerhead shark and you say this hammerhead shark has a bigger mouth than another hammerhead shark, that makes a big difference as opposed to comparing to regular sharks. So, conclude here. So, from a quantitative perspective, longevity will, does, should, we expect to matter really a lot. Now, this is all because we're leaving the schedules constant. If we did the kind of world that Ron was talking about, where you just kind of stay years from death, then all of a sudden these things wouldn't matter much at all, or in a quite different way. I think there's a unit challenge. If we're doing kind of fertility versus mortality, well, what are the units here? Is it decades of change? So I think the comparison between France and Germany and 5 decades is kind of, I kind of feel those are the same ballpark. 5 decades of life expectancy increases, switching regimes between France and Germany, that sounds like kind of the same social challenge. But dollars, I don't know, but maybe you could probably do something with more kids versus working longer. You're having an aging population, how do you solve it? Force everybody to have more children, that's one thing, or work a little longer, it's another one. I mean, you could, but again, that's not, one would have to think about the schedule. So it's, I don't think, this kind of comparison here, I think, is the right one, but still, what units are we comparing? Here we see it doesn't really matter what we do to fertility, it's never going to matter much. And it doesn't really matter what we do to life expectancy, it's always going to matter a lot. But that's not always going to be true. And then I think this is an example of being kind of one step too clever. So the famous thing to ask, non-demographers is what will happen when you change mortality to the age pyramid? And they go, oh, everybody will, no, it'll get higher. And then the clever demographer says, oh, no, the base will get broader because you'll have more children surviving and the population growth rate will change. So from 1908 to 1988, this is kind of what everybody, this is kind of the trick. Oh, you've had a demography class, you know that when you change mortality, it'll make the population younger. Okay. But actually, everybody's intuition that when you change mortality and people live longer, you have more older people is exactly right for the modern kind of low mortality world. And so, once, if we were presenting this to novices, they would say, well, of course longevity matters. If you stretch out the end of the age pyramid, that's where there's this big gap. If you have more people up here, of course it's going to make a huge difference. And if you tilt the thing, well, they're going to get some cancellation. So there's something very obvious about this, but I hope that somehow there's still something that is something to say, and that it will be useful. I mean, the big thing I think is that we don't have to. There's a setting in which we don't have to worry about all these complications. We can just work with a stable case and work with comparative status without worrying about the dynamics of past history. Stop.
Your conclusion, because at some point you don't want to end up with something that says that the change in the support ratio is explained by 10% or X% by fertility and the remaining by mortality.
You're asking that rhetorically?
Why don't you have a simple decomposition of your index, in order to relate the change to either fertility change or mortality change?
Yeah, well, that's certainly implicit in what I did. Remember, I started with 20%, and I got 15% and 6%, or 6% and 20%. Yes. One can only do that for a stable population. In other words, if you can't, I don't think you can decompose this Germany 2013 and Germany 2060 into those two factors, because you have this additional history of the age structure. But yes, for any combination of schedules, fertility and mortality schedules, one could do the decomposition. The stable population generated by these fertility and mortality schedules versus the stable age structure generated by alternative fertility and mortality schedules. So it's, I think yes, you can, one can do that, and that's a very reasonable thing to do, and I think it's a good idea.
Okay, and when you compare this method to yours, what is the difference?
Well, then you get something like that, I mean, take these numbers. So this is leaving longevity constant. This is leaving fertility constant. And if we go from, say, France, we change fertility from France to Germany, we change longevity from 2013 to 2060. The effect of the TFR, changing the TFR will be, say, -2%. We're going from France to Germany, and the effect of changing longevity will be, say, -8%. So it's 4 times more important in that setup. But I think maybe you have something more specific in mind, which you should tell me that would be the right comparison to make, because I'm just kind of making up these 2 scenarios.
You're really naive, but now that I look at those 2 graphs on the bottom, thinking of what's feasible and what's normal in population change, and it seems that the change, I mean, isn't the difference between the effect of the increase in life expectancy and of the changes in TFR really a matter of the scale? Because changing from a TFR from 1.6 to 1.8 is normal, is expected. Whereas in terms of when you're looking at the effect of mortality or, well, longevity, you're looking at 1 year jumps. And that's really hard to achieve. Well,
so that's, I think you're saying what I meant to say here is that it's what are the units? How do we compare the kids to years?
So if we really look at 1 year, it seems that the longevity curve wouldn't be as steep. So probably the effect in the change.
But 5 years of life expectancy is something like 25 years of time. And it's, I would say, and we know it's going to happen with great certainty that life expectancy is going to increase something like that over the next 25 years in all of these countries. What's going to happen to TFR, I have no idea, but I don't think it's going to change more than by half a child in any of these low fertility countries. So I think we have, I would again be happy, that's where I'm coming from on this, but I'd be happy if you could convince me that what I should be, you're saying I should compare 1 year to half a child.
No, I'm
okay.
saying probably the 1.6 to 2.4 seems reasonable, even 20-year probably really is.
Okay.
But the 5-year increase in life expectancy in some cases doesn't sound very feasible. So if you just look at the 2-year gap, it should, I mean, it's not the step where
Okay. Yeah. One more.
This is super interesting. I was just wondering if there is a way to include migration, as Ron suggested earlier, as sort of like births, like somebody who is born, I mean, here were births at age 0, so people are born at age 0, but migrants are also some sort of births at different ages. And if there's a way to sort of include that in a way that migrants can be considered additional births at different ages.
Yep. So. No, I think you could have a third panel here saying what happens if the migration rate, again, migration is very time dependent, so it's the stable population with a given migration rate, how different would things be? But I think that's I don't know if there's a simple analytic result, but there's certainly just the simulation could show you the importance. And I think we know the answer. The answer is very little, because it's not going to change the age structure that much anyway in the steady state. So it'll change some things, and in the short run, it could change things a lot. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have the unenviable position of presenting after Josh and before lunch. Acutely aware, especially of the second one, because lunch is right there. So I'll go fast and I'll skip lots of stuff.
This is joint work with Tim Miller, who is currently of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, but has deep roots in Berkeley, of course. It grew out of a project on generational accounting, led by Young Chun, wherein a need arose for a set of internationally comparable projections of healthcare expenditures, or in this case, consumption. We hope now that, that this can find a somewhat broader audience. So my modest ambition for this very brief talk is to talk a little about the motivation and the reason for why Lee Carter approach to this kind of works, some of the reasons why it doesn't really work. Then we'll romp through the results very quickly, and then we'll have lunch. Okay. So this graph kind of sums up this enterprise quite nicely. And of course, it's really nothing more than NTA data, averaged and grouped. Specifically, what we're calling QX here are the healthcare consumption per person normalized by GDP per capita. So that's CF, was that CFH plus CGH, I think that, but normalized by per capita, not per worker. And then we've taken the means across these three rather broad income groupings. The red line here are for the poorer countries, and that's a GDP per capita between around 700 and around 9,000. So it's a very broad range, but it's on the of the relatively poorer countries in this sample. The purple line are for the middle income countries, and then the blue line, the rich countries, and the dotted blue line is the U.S. That color scheme I'm going to maintain all the way throughout this. If no matter how many countries there are on the slide, the redder ones will be the poorer ones, and the bluer ones will be the richer ones. So there are a couple things about this that I think stand out. One is that there really is an age pattern here that kind of works for all countries. These are means, and that, of course, if you work with NTA data, you know that this is hiding a lot of variation. But still, there is a pattern, and it's not a terribly surprising one. I think it also is interesting to note that the difference between the poorer countries, the red line, and the other two categories, at least in the somewhat younger ages below 50, is not as pronounced. I mean, there's a big jump from poor countries to middle income countries, not so much difference between middle and wealthy countries. But again, this is in per capita GDP terms, so in absolute terms, of course, they are quite different. And then, of course, at the upper ages, that's really where the action is. And it's not only higher, but there's this interesting downturn for the poorer countries as opposed to this upturn for the wealthier ones.
What does consumption doesn't equal expenditure mean?
What's that?
Consumption
that's a subtlety that I was going to skip in favor of lunch, but since you mentioned it. The NTA data, we have consumption, right? And we have government and private consumption expenditures. And they're somewhat different from what the WHO reports as expenditures. And so I think this is a subtlety that's worth working out. In the case of the US, it's a big deal because what I get out of crunching the NTA numbers is about 14% healthcare consumption share of GDP, whereas the WHO reports at about 17% for expenditure. And there's some differences. The obvious differences are definitional, that expenditure includes some infrastructure and research, things that may not be counted as healthcare. But for some countries, that calls this into question because expenditure has to be broader than consumption, yet some countries have more consumption than the WHO reports as expenditure. So, that's why I didn't want to talk about it. So I won't. Okay. So those, the qualities of this curve that this one, I think are not earth-shaking. I think they kind of validate prejudice more than anything else. But I think they also suggest that maybe there's a role for a Lee-Carter sort of model estimation. And because I like to remind you about Lee-Carter estimation, here it is in equation 1. It's, of course, a very venerable model. And you'll no doubt remember that it purports to model the evolution of a set of mortality rates across time. So MX, here are mortality rates by age X, and then everything on the other side of the equal sign are estimated parameters. There's a bunch of A's, which are age-specific patterns, and then EX, and then there's this KT is just an element for time, and that's very beautiful because the model disaggregates these effects of age and effects of time very nicely, and all the effects of time are buried in the KT, and that means, among other things, that to forecast with this, you just have to forecast KT. And in the Lee-Carter world, this beautiful, elegant solution for that is that KT can be modeled as this random walk with drift. All that's very nice. Our misapplication of it to healthcare, we don't get that. We do get the sort of the nice disaggregation of the age and time effects, but for reasons that'll become obvious in a moment, we can't model our GDP term. We can't model. We don't have anything analogous to KT to model as a random walk, right? What we're doing instead is this two equation story, and the first equation, equation 2, is very much like equation 1. As you can see, we've got QX in place of MX. QX is what we just saw on the previous graph. That's the per capita consumption, per capita consumption of healthcare by age in GDP per capita units, right? Then there's AX and BX, and in place of KT we have this K of GDP, and what that is going to be a monotonic transformation of GDP per capita. So GDP per capita takes the place of time in this story. Now, in a way I really like that, because we're talking about a long run here, and so GDP per capita is only going up, just as mortality is only going down. So it is, in a sense, a rescaling of time. We know that we're not going to forecast GDP per capita going down, even though, of course, it might wiggle around. But we're going to say it goes up, and so there's a kind of parallel. But there are other reasons for which I'm not so thrilled about this, and those are best postponed until a later slide. Let me turn sort of to how this exactly works. I think operationalizing it will be easier than working through the equations. So what we do is we first take our QXs, and we form a matrix. Each column is a separate country, and we order those columns by GDP per capita. So exactly like you would do with the canonical Lee-Carter. Instead of MX by year, we've got QX by GDP per capita. Then we run the SPD on that. That gives us an AX, a BX, and a KT. But then, in our second step, we take the KTs from that first step, and we regress upon them the GDP per capita. So the second equation is really a regression equation. Right? And that's what's going to allow us to forecast. We're then going to forecast GDP per capita, feed it through this equation. That gives us the KTs. The KTs can then be plugged into the first equation, and we can then forecast for QXs. Okay. What could be simpler? Well, obviously one of the big problems is obviously that it needs a forecast of GDP. In the present case, the OECD was thoughtful and has produced forecasts of GDP for all the OECD countries and most of the NTA countries. Since we wanted to use all the NTA countries, we have actually done our own, even way simpler version of the forecast. And again, I want to suppress that detail. It looks a lot like the OECD version. And I have slides for that if you really must see it. Okay, let me turn then to some of the deficiencies and the difficulties. I've talked a little about the time and the KT and the GDP per capita. These are essentially technical issues. Our model is different and not as elegant as the original Lee Carter model, so we have to make some allowances. But this third one, the country level differences, is kind of a philosophical difference and one that requires judgment. So first, what I mean here is by country level differences is kind of narrow. I'm thinking of country level differences in this context as differences between what our model says, what our first stage model, our plain old SBD says, and what the NTA data tell us. Right? So we run this model, we get fitted values. Those QXs do not agree with what the NTA says. And furthermore, as we go, when we run our second equation, our regression equation, our KTs are again even more different. Here's even easier to understand. So the hollow dots on this graph are the KTs from the SBD equation. The solid dots are first level of adjustment, which I intentionally didn't mention before. We do that level of adjustment. We adjust the KTs so that they go through the observed expenditure shares. In other words, we take the KTs from the SBD, we change them so that the AX, BX times this new KT gives us QXs, which imply the observed consumption shares. If we didn't do that, our forecast, our projections wouldn't go through the observed points, and we don't like that. This orange line is the regression line for the second step. So this is where the point to this. Okay.
The one on top.
The one on top.
Yeah,
One's,
it's working.
is it working? Yeah, pointing somewhere. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So that's the regression line. And so take a country like Nigeria here. Pretty sure that's Nigeria. Its expenditure in the NTA is pretty far off of what our regression line suggests. Some of the countries here are closer, but Nigeria is far off. It's far above, just like the US, far above. These countries spend more than our model would suggest. Lots of other countries spend less. What we've done here, because we're cowards, is to take that difference and just project it forward. So we're essentially translating this line, the regression line, through our adjusted KT points. And we're effectively saying that these country level differences, whatever they are, whatever it is about the US that makes us spend an inordinate amount of money on healthcare, is just going to persist forever. And whatever it is that makes Indonesia so clever about it, also going to persist. I think this is sort of a philosophical question. If we really believe that countries are kind of hurtling through space or across the GDP per capita axis in the way that mortality moves along the time axis, then maybe we should see these things kind of come together. And so we're kind of struggling with ways of making these differences go away. It's easy to come up with ways to do it, but justifiable ways to do it. Some theoretically interesting reason for it. Anyway, we haven't done it. We've done the cowardly thing and just kept them in. Okay. There's a similar story that I could tell you about the AX term, but lunch is right there. So let's go quickly through some of the results. First and perhaps favorite result is the age profile of elasticity, which I like because of its acronym. And these point out, do not depend on our GDP forecast. This is just simple taking of derivatives. And this is based only on the data. These are, of course, again, aggregated, again, means are taken across these, across our favorite income groups again. So there's some.
These are not the BXs?
What's that?
These are not the BXs?
No, they're not straight BXs because the BXs get multiplied by the K, which is now a function of GDP. So the GDP per capita also figures into these.
So it's elasticity with respect to
It's elasticity of
GDP times the elasticity of, well, or with respect to K times the elasticity of K with respect to GSP.
Yeah, I believe that is right. It's hard to get, and I've struggled with this, and I may still not have it right. But what I believe this to be is the elasticity of the share. This is what I'm calling ZX here, is the elasticity of the expenditure share of age X with respect to GDP per capita. So they're kind of rugged, but if you add them all up, it should give you the amount by which the share of GDP spent on healthcare rises with a percent change in per capita GDP. At least that's what I'm thinking. What they mean. And they move in, of course, the opposite direction as the first graph. So the elasticities are higher. That is, poorer countries are more sensitive to increases in GDP than our wealthy countries. This, remember, is not, there's no population effects here. These are just, population aging isn't happening here. This is just the effects of rising income. And so what we're finding is that that richer countries actually are. I think it makes sense. Are growing more slowly in terms of their expenditures. CX. All right.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Bad timing on my part. But what does it mean that they cross over by age?
I don't think it has terrific significance. I don't think that the crossover really is significant. I haven't perhaps thought about it more. Only that the patterns are really quite different. Obviously, the poor countries are spending their increases in GDP trigger increases in young age spending, and at the richer countries, those increases are triggering more spending at older ages.
Yeah, I guess
I don't think the actual crossover points mean anything, but that seems to be.
So going back to the original database, when we're going from, say, Kenya to India or something, that's
what you see.
The pattern that is observed.
And it's
nobody spends on the old people until they're much richer.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So good that prejudices are vindicated. Okay. And if you're willing to swallow the GDP forecasts that I haven't told you anything about, we also get healthcare consumption projections. And the left endpoint is 2015, the right endpoint 2060, and the dot in the middle, or the dot, is what would happen if age structures are held constant at 2015. And so what we get from this is that, in varying conditions, some countries it's more income effects, but certainly among the wealthier countries, it's the population effect. If you look at the top line, the US, over the 60 years, GDP per capita, we're forecasting to grow by something like 75%. That moves the dot a little bit, but the rest of that is due to the population aging, we're going to see. So.
It's very different than what economists say all the time.
Well, that's probably wrong then.
I'm not talking about Ron, but non-Ron economists. So I'm saying that it's not aging that's the driving U.S. health spending higher. It's other things.
Well, it could grow.
No,
I'm serious. I think in some ways that one of the things that's nice about our model is we don't estimate these healthcare shares to explode like a lot of models do. But maybe they should be.
Can't read
Because
the
that's
axis.
the whole US bar is to the right of everything else, pretty much. That's what the,
Yeah.
that says the US, the
15%.
reason the US is expensive is because it's the US.
Yeah, exactly. And again, as you said, the U.S. is way off of that KT line. It's just way up high, and we left it there. But if one wanted to, our story is one where countries matter, where we think there's something common to all countries. Otherwise, you wouldn't merge all this data. And if there is some sort of common process in healthcare consumption, the U.S. is out of line. And over the next 50 years or so, we might just figure something out. Although this actually doesn't actually make that happen, but it raises that question at least. Right.
Well, there is a version. I mean, the coherent mortality forecasting is intended to deal with this sort of issue. Whether it would be a good idea here or not, I haven't been able to. Well, Hippolyte has also worked on this approach. You find groups that you have reason to think have some similarities, say all the rich, lowish mortality countries or something, and then you fit them separate, then you pool them all into one big population, you fit the leak harder to this superpopulation, you calculate residuals from that, you forecast, and then then you fit a sort of another leak harder to the residuals, and if all goes well, then the K's and the B's and so on are such that there is convergence going forward, and you end up with some persistent country differences, but quite a bit of convergence.
Okay. But that requires,
that's an article in Demography with Lee Nan is first author, or Nan Lee, a few years ago. I don't know, it's a little bit.
Maybe the problem, we're really handicapped here because we just have 1 year of data for each country. We don't really have any way of, any information on, we don't have any time series on any single country, at least we haven't used them here.
But that, well, it requires some thought,
Great.
But I bet there's a way to think, well, I mean, you can just brute force impose some degree of convergence, but.
Since you have the adjustment where you adjust to the total share, and you observe the total shares for all years, and for a broad span of years, you can actually use this method to kind of indirectly kind of back out of it. If the schedules follow the curve, you could, with one cross-section, it's kind of like in the Carter, if we had one dx curve, we didn't have a matrix, which is a bunch of E0s, we could find the KPs.
So
if you do observe the share of the GDP spend on health or something like that, you observe total GDP per capita.
Right, so historically that's an interesting idea.
The one thing that didn't come through for me is, it seems to me there's this BX that is common to all countries.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was confused about the ZX. So I think we would be very interested to see, what does this BX look like? How does it change over time? What's the pattern? Presumably, it's high at high ages.
Yes.
And maybe it's negative at, depends on that curve would be very.
Okay, yeah, one of the graphs I didn't include.
And if I understood correctly, there's just one of them.
Yes, there's one.
not a second one for different,
Dx
yeah.
is constant. That's true. Okay, we should show that. I could have done that.
Okay, I think we'd better break for lunch.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate to the American meeting of the NTA. I'm very pleased about that, you know. So I'm going to talk about France. Huh? Our team is quite recent. It has been created 3 years ago. 14 persons have worked on this team, 7 men, 7 women, you know, so pure parity. So, I'm happy with, we have a website, you know, I don't know whether it has been updated, but, you know, let me give you a very short overview about the French demographics. So here you have the 2 age distribution. In blue you have the one in 79, and so you see the baby boom that lasts for something like 20 years in France after the war, and then the boom moved, you know, and you see it with the distribution in red, which is the French distribution into 2005. Okay? And according to the projection, so I'm not a big fan in demographic projection in general, but and especially from those from the French National Institute, but it should be something like that, you know. So you see that there is no strong issue about a decline in fertility in France, but it's mostly aging phenomenon that comes from an increase in longevity. So the main indicator, the most interesting indicator about the French population, which is this kind of support ratio, that would be the proportion of those who are less than 20 plus those who are 60 and plus within the population. And you have this strong decline since 79 till 2007, okay, and then a kink, okay. You know, in a nutshell, the French demographics it's really about the baby boom and the fact that during the war, you know, the number of births was very low. Okay, so what has been done? So we have been computing some age profile for each year over 1979 till 2011. So we have a 25 profile for the life cycle deficit. So I'm going to explain what are those profiles. And for the age reallocation, we have 50 profile. So we are using 7 waves of the same survey. So if you do something like 79 profile times 7 times 100, it makes a database of this number. And indeed, we did compute the all year between the survey by doing some simple interpolation with polynomial and rescaling those interpolation with the aggregate control. And therefore, it makes a database of more than 2 billion variables. Okay, and you could multiply them by 2 if you come from the aggregate profile. But I'm not doing it. Okay, because it's so we have done a little bit of a gender decomposition using 3 waves of the same survey, which is the time use survey in France, and plus a gender decomposition using the same surveys. Okay, but it's mostly for the life cycle deficit. Okay, so those are the kind of profile that we have. I'm not going to spend much time on that, you know, but going directly. But importantly, and for instance, for consumption, we decompose consumption for many kind of goods, food and soft drink, if you think about it, alcoholic beverage, clothing, housing, water, whatever. And indeed, we also have the imputed rent, which is the most important one. And we have a specific procedure in order to estimate those rents, but I'm not going to go too much into the details. Now we have some interesting stuff about long-term care from the public consumption side, which is an important one that we did not have last time we met. And those are for the age reallocation. So we have a list of public transfer in cash, a lot of taxes, okay? Because we do have a lot of taxes in France. And notably that we have a consumption tax whose name is VAT, which is quite important. It's something like 7% of GDP in France. Okay, and those are those private asset-based reallocation, private transfer, and okay, and we did something about bequest, but I'm not going to discuss about that. Yeah. So those are the survey we use. So we have 7 waves of the same survey, which is a consumption survey in France. We are using also the wealth survey and all those waves. And and specifically for health expenditure, we have various survey. Okay, so let me go through directly to the basic component of the LCD, and then I'm going to show you what we've done with those basic components, and then I will present let's say the other side of the equation, the financing of the LCD. So this is those are the basic profile for France. So here you have a labor income. This is age, of course. I'm not going to. And this is in euro, in thousands of euro. So the peak of labor income, let's say at 45, 60, should be something like nearly 45,000 euro per year. I've not yet checked what is the exchange rate with the dollar, but let's say that 1 euro should be more or less $1. Okay, and the consumption is rather flat. Total consumption in France is rather flat. And I'm going to decompose it. Okay. So those are the aggregates. We do not care. We see here the baby boom. So the important year was a few years ago in France, because those persons from the baby boom that were there are now there. So it's really coincidental with the financial crisis. So this is very interesting, because it should explain some part. So this is a kind of decomposition of the private consumption that we have. Here are the imputed rents, the blue line. Okay, but we have many stuff on that. I'm not going to spend too much time. So we are using many goods, so it's interesting per se, but for the moment. So this will be very important in order to compute the VAT. Okay, because the VAT tax rate is not the same depending on your goods. Okay. For instance, if basic needs goods have a very low VAT, whereas normal goods have like a 20% tax rate. Okay, so let me see what is the dynamic, which is the important one. So here I'm representing the total consumption in constant euro, constant 1,000 euro, euro of 2011. Okay, so in blue, in 80, 90, 2000, 2010. So there is this shift upward in constant term, which is that could be interpreted as a shift, as an increase in welfare. But there is also something like a modification of the shape, and maybe that the increase was much larger for the elderly. Okay, so this goes in the direction of that those elderly have been advantaged in the recent year, by the French system. And I'm going to come back to this idea, which is really important. This generational war is very important, in the public debate. And we have been using a lot our NTA profile in order to discuss and to participate to this. Yes. All those profiles are per person. Okay, so interestingly, I would like to have your idea about on that. Those are constant euro, and those are euro per age consumption divided by GDP. Okay, and multiply by something, by 1 million. I don't know exactly. So, but we divided each as a mean consumption per age by a proportion of the GDP, and then I have something which is rather constant, which is so indeed we still see that those in the recent years that the shift upward for the elderly is more pronounced. Okay, but what is quite striking is that when we are using this let's say this idea of consumption as a share of GDP, then there is no big change in the shape of the distribution across years. Okay, and when we do it by cohort, since we have a
well, if you look,
oh, sorry.
So the old is not so much higher, but then that prime age adults for 2010 is a lot lower.
Yes, so there is,
Yes,
yes, indeed, for the middle age, so this go in this direction, whereas it goes in that direction for the elderly. Okay, it's something that you do not see, using a constant euro. So I don't know exactly how to interpret. I'm going to propose you something, but it's simply that using one indicator on another one,
These are parallel, are they not?
Not really.
They haven't tilted or anything, have they?
Not really. If you look at the purple one, which is the latest one, there is a decrease, according.
No, but I mean, the lines in this.
It's a
if you compare these lines to the lines in the previous slide, for the same year, they've shifted up or down.
Yes, yes,
proportionately,
yes,
but
yes.
There's no change in the shape. So it's all just a matter of the visual impact, isn't it?
Indeed.
Okay.
Yes.
I think what you're saying is that the
No.
consumption did not change. Consumption patterns did not change, but probably what changed was GDP.
So
consumption changed as a share of GDP. It had to have gone down.
No. But in both cases, you are going to divide by a given number. Okay, that could be the CPI or that could be GDP. So it's what you have in mind. So it's simply that we are dividing by something different. So it's only a visual impact, But since we are using graph, in order to discuss, it's really important to discuss about the visual impact, So I'm going to come back, let's say more scientifically.
These don't cross as much as those do.
Indeed, yes, they do. But okay.
It has to be right, yeah.
So you could do some cohort. This is a consumption by cohort. Okay. So for instance, this is a cohort of those who were born in 19. Yes, in the 30s, in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000. Okay, and you see this shift in that direction. That means that there is also an increase in welfare. You at a given age, if you were born later, you are going to consume more. Okay, which is really important. So it's important to see that they do not cross, So it's not like there is one generation, let's say the baby boomer, which are much advantage. At least we see that, Okay, this is labor income. Okay, so three components. This is wages. Those are contribution paid by the employer. And this is the income of the self-employed. So this is a structure which is nearly the same. The only difference that we are not using let's say the NTA method in order to estimate the share of labor in the gross mixed income. We are following Ashkenazi and co-author. So we have a sectorial decomposition, and for each sector, we do find the average wage. In this sector, and we multiply this wage by the number of self-employed. Okay, the idea is that you should get, so your wage, if you are self-employed in a given sector, your wage is approximately the same as if you were employed, as if you were employed in a large industry. Okay, so at least it's important, in fact, because So the share of labor in gross mixed income will not be 2/3. You know, it will be something.
Is it near 2/3?
It's near, but it's changed over time. Okay, and it's important as long as you are making some comparison. Okay, so this is the evolution over time. So what is important here, so I'm comparing 80, 90, 2000, and 2010. So what is important is a shift to that direction, you know, of the mode of the distribution. Okay, and some people have interpreted this as, yeah, in fact, you could follow the baby boomers. You know, you look at the boom, the peak of the distribution and the mode of the distribution. So in 80, those who were 30 were born in 50, and then you are following them. So it's like the power of those baby boomers, you know, that are so powerful that they could modify the age distribution, you know, of labor income.
Well, we have something. I mean, it looks quite similar in the U.S., and I've always sort of interpreted that too, is that generation had a big education premium compared to the one they replaced. That the generations that came up behind them didn't have.
Yes.
I mean, they had more education than their parents, but not more education than their parents had compared to the grandparents. If that makes any sense.
So I'm wondering whether it's true. I understand the argument, and this could explain this kind of evolution.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know whether it's true, whether there were a big, you know, educational boom for those who were born after the war. You know, it's not completely clear to me that. That the situation of the educational system, you know, after the war was so great that there should be an educational boom, you know.
But
so,
you can do it
but I understand.
Yeah.
I'm going to make. I'm going to have some. Okay, and this is the same kind of distribution that you might have, but by cohorts. Okay. So let me now going for using those basic profile, what we could do when we participate to the public debate. So there was an issue, you know, in France, and I guess it's also related to your work, you know, about the impact of demography and the impact of increase in longevity on public health expenditure. So those are the profile in 2000, and 2010. Okay, so you see this shift, you know, in the age profile, you know, for the elder, okay, which is quite impressive. So this could be interpreted as a change in behaviors, okay, that benefit to the elderly. Okay. So all the idea was to try to estimate whether this shift, you know, could explain the dynamic of health expenditure in GDP over the past years. So this is the data. So over the period that we do cover, starting in 79 and ending now. So this is the share of public health expenditure in GDP. So it's quite important, but it was something like 5%, and we end up at 7%. Okay, so it's a 2 percentage point increase in the share of GDP, so which is very large. So what I'm going to do now is to keep, let's say, the age profile of 2010. Okay, and let's simply simply modify the demography, if you wish, okay, and then it's what I get, you know. so I would conclude that you know, demography was very important, okay. Okay, whereas so you see, so then you could do those the precise decomposition. You could have an algorithm in order to see it because of the fluctuation. Then in fact it does not explain everything, you know. It gives you the big picture, you know, but it's not explaining everything. And of course, a change in behavior could explain the fluctuation. And then you could do some projection, still using the demographic projection of INSEE, then you could easily forecast that the French system is not sustainable, okay, because it could reach something like 10% of GDP without any additional new funding. Okay? Because I don't know how we could find 3% of GDP as new taxes, in order to finance that. Okay, and it's very difficult not to, not to pay for those health expenses. There is a very few private, possibilities. So there will be a problem that will be. I do really believe that this problem will be much more important than the one on the pay that still exists on the pay-as-you-go system. Because with the pay-as-you-go system, you could simply reduce the pension. It's very easy. It's very difficult to reduce medical expenses. Okay. So give me a brief overview of those gender and time use issues. So we did compute the LCD by gender, okay, and we do also compute those time transfer. So I'm going to summarize. So this is the difference between labor income of men and labor income of women over the period. So sorry about the color, but the idea is that it goes in this direction. So it's positive, meaning that on average, a man for a given age is going to earn more. And the peak, it should be something like, the difference could be something like 20,000 euros per year, which is quite significant. But we did experience a strong reduction. If you look at this color, you know that which is the difference, the age difference in 90. So it was nearly 30,000 euros. So there is something like a reduction by 1/3, which is quite significant.
So the percent change would look even bigger than this absolute change, wouldn't it?
Yes. Okay. So the evolution is not monotonous, okay, but it goes in the, let's say, in the right direction, of more equality. Okay, and this is the difference between home production of men and women. So now we are in the negative side, of course, because women are doing more, and we go up now, which means that the difference between the two sexes has been reduced. Those profiles are monetized profile using. So it's quite easy for France because we simply use the minimum wage, which is basically the wage. Which is basically the wage of a person that you could recruit in order to do those kind of tasks. So it's quite easy. Yes.
What's happening with the red line at all ages?
So usually you've seen that usually I'm not presenting the profile after 90 because it's simply that here I have the profile till 100, but indeed, so after 90, the profile are not so reliable because of very few number. So it's not so interesting. So.
But every one of them, except the blue, does show a big decline then.
A big decline? What do you mean?
After age 90. There are 5 of the 6 profiles show a big decline there. Still, it couldn't just be small numbers.
Yes. No, I have no idea of what happened. I'm happy to discuss still. But if you really want a seminar of the 90 and plus, so. Okay, so you could compute by computing this age profile. You have the share of home production in net national income. In green, you have the total for both sexes. So it's still something like 40% of GDP of net national income, which is quite significant indeed.
That's essentially using minimum wage as the.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Because if we do use like the let's say the wage that you could have on the market, then there is a problem with the retiree. Okay, because they're you know, in France it's not possible to work, you know, after 65. So if so their market wage for those persons is something like 0. So that's why we are using the minimum wage. And if we use also this wage that you could pretend on the market, then the difference between male and female will be higher, because you have this discrimination that will impact also those profiles. Okay. So in blue I have the men, so they do work less than women, you see that, but they are doing something like more than 15% of GDP, you know, and in red you have the women. Okay. And then you could compute the share of men in home production. So there is an increase. And be careful, because the scale is, you know, it's not that it will increase a lot. Okay. So that, she's happy. But I promise it's not a picture of my girlfriend, because she would not be happy that I'm doing only something like 13.5%. So it's not like a big success. But let's say that there is an increase. Yes, it's in the right direction. Okay, and this one is very interesting. Okay, here it's the share of men in the sum of labor income and unpaid labor supply. Okay, so and we have something which is really constant over the period, and which is something like 50%, a bit more than 50%. Okay, because of the wage difference, you know, in the labor market. But what is striking? So the message of that, you know, is very simple. It's simply that women have exchanged, you know, unpaid work with paid work on the market. So, and okay. So simply that you are recruiting someone in order to do the tasks that you were doing at home before. So, but it's striking that since 1985, there were a lot of change, you know, in the French society, and to have such a constancy, it's really incredible. It's really incredible.
But this masks the difference, right? I mean, men are working; they're doing more at home and less in market. It's just the sum of.
So here, I do take the sum of paid work and unpaid work. Okay, and I take this for the men as a proportion of total paid and unpaid work.
So the sum of those is what's staying the same, the sort of total amount of work that men do, but more of it's being done at home. That's not showing.
Yes. So yes, indeed. So so you see, the modification for men is not that big, you know. So it's simply that the reduction in home production, you know, could be explained that by a reduction of the woman participation in home production task, you know, and they substitute this participation with paid work. Okay. So about generational conflict, which is quite an important one. So we could use those databases, which are interesting, in order to do a little bit of econometrics. So the idea was to build some pseudo panel. Okay, it's not true panel, but we could build some pseudo panel in order to estimate some cohort or age effect on consumption or on income. Okay, so it's a kind of ACP, age cohort period model, and you are aware that in those models there is an issue about collinearity, because the sum of the of two variables gives you the other one. Okay, so here is the consumption by age, for instance. The control are age, the cohort, and income. So as a period variable, we are using the income, okay, so we have no problem, and education, okay, and so as a reference point, I would take the consumption of those of 40-44, okay, which is 1, okay, and the blue line would be the estimation of the consumption relative to them, okay, and those are the confidence interval. So what is really striking is as soon as you control for cohort and income and level of education, you have something which is barely modified, you know, over time. Okay, this is total private consumption, including imputed rents. Okay, so there is no significant difference between the consumption of someone of 70 and someone of 40. okay? Controlling with for the size of the household, of course. Huh? So this is a. I was not aware of that, you know, but this is interesting.
So
Okay?
this gets rid of the apparent increase in consumption by older people relative to younger? Is that what?
No. It's an estimation of the shape of the consumption per age, of the age profile of the consumption, if you wish.
Averaged over from 1980 to?
Yes, using all our data, okay? We estimate the impact of age on consumption. Okay, it's not the consumption of a given generation, you know, it's an estimate. We control for the birth date, we control for age and so on. Okay? So, more importantly, we could do exactly the same representation, the same graph, but with respect to the birth date. Okay, and here our reference point, you know, for consumption would be the consumption of the baby boomer, those who were born just after the war. Okay, and there is no significant, at least there is no significant difference, you know, with respect to the consumption of those who were born before, you know, and there could be small. A small decrease, you know, in consumption for the generations that were born in the 50s or in the 60s, you know. But it's barely significant, you know. And in any case, the decrease is very low. Okay. And if I'm modifying the control, here I'm not introducing the age, but I'm introducing the life expectancy. Okay. I do not find any significant difference. Okay, in terms of consumption. If so, the income is labor income plus income from property plus public allocation and so on.
At individual.
One individual is it's an average person, you know. So it's a pseudo cohort. It's a pseudo panel.
I was going to ask whether we think the slope is well, whether it's a zero that's precisely estimated or not.
What do you mean by zero?
Well, I'm sorry for just murdering this point. That the confidence intervals are fairly wide, especially at the ends.
For sure.
And I guess I don't disbelieve you, but at the same time, I'm not sure my eye is seeing the same zero slope that I think you're describing.
So I understand what you. So of course, the interval, okay, the confidence interval is going to increase, you know, when you at both ends. Okay, so it's not so interesting to comment on those, okay, and on those. The generation for which we do have the less number of observation, the lower number of observation by definition, you know, because those are the very young and those are the very old. But what could be interesting would be to compare, you know, the situation of the baby boomer, okay, with respect to those who just precede them and those who just come after, you know. And there it's not completely clear, you know, that for them, you know, in terms of consumption, there was such a difference. Yeah. So this one is okay. So here, as a period variable, I'm eliminating the revenue because the income, and I simply give the date. Okay, and since I'm using the life expectancy, not the age, I do not fall into the collinearity problem. Okay, so I could do the same for income by birth date. Okay, and then it's also the same, you know. So I do not find some significant difference between the income, you know, of this generation with respect to the income of those generations. Whereas the picture, the slope is not zero. So I completely agree with you. But yeah, at least the confidence interval, you know, it's not tells you that there is no significant difference. Okay. How much time do I have?
Well, you have 12 minutes.
12 minutes. Okay.
11 to 12.
So now I'm going to move to what we've done recently about the financing of the LCD, which is an important one. So, so I'm not going to, some details. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. So first, VAT. As I told you, it's a very important tax, in France, which is it's a consumption tax. But the problem is that those tax rates depend on the consumption goods that you could consider, and they could vary over time. So there is someone in the team that have made, such a big effort, in order to recover all the tax rate for all goods, over the last 30 years in France, and in order to be able to assign, the right tax ratio to the good. Okay, and then we sum and rescale everything, using the macro control, which is a total VAT that was produced during this year. Okay, there is something about also intra-household transfer, and saving. I think that is very important. Our idea was not to consider saving as a residual, okay, but to compute them. Okay, and in order to compute them, we did come back, at the individual level. Let's say to the individual data, and we did rescale all individual data in order to obtain something that would give, let's say, the aggregate once summed over the demography. Okay, and in order to compute this saving at the individual level, we also modified, let's say, the definition of the intra-household transfer, okay, by supposing that the household head is not the only one that owns the asset. And I do think that it's quite important because we have seen that the female labor participation is increasing over time, okay, and not, and with this kind of assumption, then the transfer between spouse would be overestimated, okay. So that's why we are. I could spend. I could. The idea is to compute those intra-household transfer by computing the saving at the household level, and then compute them, and then to have a procedure in order to define, let's say, individual saving. And those are the profiles that we have for individual saving, and we are pretty happy, even though we have absolutely no idea of what should be, the right individual saving profile, over time, across age. But we feel that those profiles are not completely incredible, so it's something like it could be 6,000 euros per year, okay, which is reasonable. It's of course negative initially because you do consume more, despite you do consume more than what you earn, despite, let's say, some intra-household transfer. Okay, they are rather the same over the period, which is also reassuring, and they are negative here because of your mortgage. Okay, and then they do increase; they become positive here.
There's something unusual about the 2000, or especially around the 20s, that they're not positive until.
No, so intra-household transfer are such that your saving should be equal to 0. Okay, when you do live at your parents' home. Okay, but there are those bequests. Okay, and the inclusion of inter vivos bequest and maybe post-mortem bequest should modify the situation. Okay, in order to have something which is consistent. Okay, but
it's just unusual. I think the green line seems to have crossed over.
Here.
No, further over, and at the ages of
But in fact, it should be 0.
It should be 0, and then it.
Okay, and then it should decline.
It should.
Because of the mortgage. Okay, and then re-increase.
So you're not giving a substantive interpretation to the
No.
negative savings in childhood.
But as a negative saving in childhood, we do not observe it. But in general, we never observe any individual saving. Okay, we do observe some household saving.
But how?
It's you see why?
How do you calculate? How do you calculate individual savings?
So first we have consumption at the household level. Okay, saving at the household level. Okay, and the idea is to distribute this saving at the household level. Okay, between the spouse. Okay, so we are using a rule that depends on the wages in order to distribute this. Okay, and then
this shouldn't matter much if the spouses are the same age. It won't have much effect on the age profiles. Right?
Yes, but over time it's important because the average wage of the woman was low here and much higher, in 2010. Okay.
I mean, I can see it matters substantively, but if you're doing a single NTA for both sexes combined, it's going to the effect's going to average out and leave you the same as if you didn't do that.
Yes, because
it's not interesting to do it this way, but I'm not sure it would make a big change. The average.
Well, indeed, first the age of the spouse are not the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a 2 or 3 year difference, which is not 0, and second there is this evolution, and okay, so maybe, but then you recompute this intra-household, this intra-family transfer, this intra-household in order to finance consumption, okay, and notably the youngest don't have to desave, let's say, in order to finance their consumption, okay, and plus the fact that the big problem, it's when the whole household is in debt, okay, in debt, okay, which is possible here. Then it's very difficult to supposing that it's only the household head that do hold all the debt, will have an important implication, on the intra-family transfer. Okay.
Well, so we have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay. So this is the age reallocation. The standard age reallocation. Even though it's not an histogram, so you see that for the elderly, it's mostly public transfer that is financing consumption, plus some private asset-based reallocation. So the age reallocation for the 60-year-old exactly in constant euro, we could see that over the period. So it was mostly initially some public transfer that were financing the consumption of the 60-year-old. Okay, and now it might be private transfer that are more important. So there is a change. So you could do it also for those who are exactly 65-year-old, if you wish. And you see that public transfer dominates a lot. It's much more, but those private transfers are not 0. It's something like 2 days. It's something like 8,000 euros. Because of the implicit rent also, of course.
Because of the
implicit rent, it's something that you receive and that you're going to pay. Okay. But so we were not so comfortable with those 4 category. Okay. So the question that we did ask is who is not the perspective that we took is who is financing the consumption? You know, not only the life cycle. So it could be similar, but who is financing the consumption of the young and the elderly? And for that, we've decomposed we have grouped all our profile, you know, in 3 categories. The first one being the state, meaning all public transfer plus public asset-based reallocation. So those are the public transfer. So those are all the public transfer. You have here education, pension, and so on. So I'm not going to spend much time. This is the inflows. Those are the outflows. Okay, so they are basically the taxes. And those are the public asset-based reallocation. So the second grouping was, let's say, what we call the family. So basically private transfer. So those are the inflow. Those are the outflow. You see the age difference, of course. You receive quite early, and you donate quite at the age of 50. And the last one was what we call the individual, which is basically labor income plus all private estate income plus saving or de-saving, which is important. Okay. So this is labor income, private property income, private capital income, and so on. So okay. And this is what we get. So this is the financing consumption of an average guy, which is less than 25. Okay. And so in blue you have the state, here you have the individual, and here you have the family. So what is really which is quite impressive, you know, is that the share of the state did increase tremendously, going from 32% to 45%. Is due to the fact that more young have access to education, and also the share of the family. Okay, and at the individual level, this is due to the fact that they do not participate anymore to the they do participate less to the labor market. So the share of the individual have reduced. So on average, the implication of the state and the family, you know, in the consumption of the young has increased, you know, quite a lot, because this one it was nearly divided by 2. So this is really quite important. So if we compare France with a lot of NTA countries, you know that we are there. Okay, so which means that the share of the state, you know, in the financing of the consumption of those who are 25 and less, is quite important. We are quite similar to the US and Hungary, so I don't know why France could be similar to both Hungary and the US. You know, but, that's the magic of the NTA. You know, let's say Costa Rica is here, UK is here, and so on. Okay, and so here it's is a ranking with respect to the individual. So, for instance, Austria is a country in our database for which the share of the individual is the most important. And whereas here we are here between India and Germany, and the US, of course, is there.
This is still 25-year-olds.
And less. Okay. So now we move to the 60-year-old and more. Okay. So the family is negative because it was a downward transfer. Okay? So it was minus 12% in the very beginning. Now it's minus 5%. Okay? So we see that the state, the share of the state have diminished quite a lot. You know, going from 66 to 60%. You know, and whereas the share of the individual did remain constant. So it's not like the elderly are benefiting more from the state. It's exactly the contrary. They do benefit on average less. Okay, and this diminution did have an impact. You know, at least is correlated with a diminution of downward transfer. Okay, so this is a cross-country comparison. So I don't know whether I should always present France, but I'm going to do it nevertheless. So we are here, okay, and so this cross-country comparison, you know, by the importance of the state. So Sweden, for instance, or Hungary are countries for which the state is very important in order to finance the consumption of the old. Okay, whereas, for instance, in the US, it's much lower. Okay. And let's say that France or Germany or Japan are in an intermediary position between the US and Sweden. Okay. So here it's a ranking with respect to the individual. You see that, for instance, South Africa, the individual is very important, and the state could be even negative, so they do pay more taxes.
This is still 60.
60 and plus. Okay, so I've done yet. So we are working on the wealth account. We are still struggling a little bit with our computation, but we are working in parallel on the wealth account, intra-age inequality, and about the African NTA. So the idea is that notably for the French-speaking African country, it's not only that the survey are in French, it's also that they have been built following been built, and they are very similar to the French survey.
It's okay. Okay, good. Just to check. Okay. So, good. Only I'm going to take a few minutes. Only a few minutes. We have this project to study many African countries and to see the possibility to build the NTA. And so the first country where we have many connections and where also we have many information about the survey, household survey, public survey is about Morocco. So let me, so what the objective in Morocco is to do a generational analysis to apply the NTA methodology and to have also evaluation of the consumption of elderly people compared to the young people. Is to do what we are doing for many European countries, OECD countries, to also to African countries. So let me show you only some economic and demographic statistics about Morocco. So I start with the total population. So Morocco, we have now around 33 million people, and the biggest country in North African country is Algeria, and most of the time people believe that in Algeria there are more people than in Morocco, so we have quite a similar population. And in Tunisia is about 5 million. About the structure of the population, so we can see in this country this dividend demographic. We have, so the blue line is the young population, less than 15 years. Red one is the working age population, 15 to 64. And the green line is old share of the population, 65 years and plus. So we have this increase, the population, working age population increase for working age population. This decreased for the youngest, and for old age people we have now less than 10% of the population, but all the projections that we did in Morocco show quite a big increase for the old, for the share of old age. So about life expectancy at birth, we have in Morocco quite similar demographic evolution. I mean, in terms of fertility and life expectancy, and also in terms of mortality rate. So in terms of life expectancy, we have today for men and women around 70 years old, and so we expect to have in few years for men and women around for women 70 and 68 for men. So fertility rate decrease a lot. So now we have a fertility rate around 2 little, yeah, okay, 2010 is here. Okay, it's little bit more than 2, but also the projection made by Moroccan institutions show also a bigger decrease for fertility rate, so it will be less than 2 also in few years. So about the dependency ratio, so we can see, so we have here in green line the young people, so less than 15 years, and the red one is for older people, more than 65 years old. So we can see the rate for these 2 dependent population, so until 2010. So about labor force participation, we have around for women. So women participate around, the participation for women is less than 30%. Today is 26%. And so on for men is quite decrease a little bit, but it's almost 70–80%. So this is the economic growth. It's quite volatile. And so for all the period between the beginning of the 1960s to today is on average economic growth on average around 77%, and today is around 3.5%. So let's see how the household finance consumption increased this last decade. So this is the household consumption per capita. So we can see, so at the beginning of the 1960s, it was about 400, and it reached around 1,400 now. So we had this very big increase only in few decades. Okay, not this one. Sorry. Okay. So when we compared the consumption, household consumption with the public one, so we have this also big gap between the public one, the government one, and the private one. And this is actually the same trend that we have in many OECD countries. So let's now have a comparison between public and private health expenditure. So we have the biggest, the blue one is the public one, so it's quite low. For the last period, it's around 2% of the GDP, the Moroccan GDP, and so the red one is the private one, and the private one is it's a little bit more than 3% of the GDP. So it's mostly a private health expenditure that we observe in this country. So when we compare the health expenditure with the fertility, we have this also quite well-known link between an increase of the decrease fertility rate, and then we have this in some period this increase on health expenditure. So this is the expenditure, the public expenditure on education. So it's the expenditure by it's almost by age because it's for primary education, secondary education, and tertiary education. So it's around 3% of the GDP for all the period. And we have this peak in 2005, because in 2005 we had a new economic policy dedicated to education with very large expenditure at this time. Okay, this is still the education, government expenditure education, and the fertility rate with this cross section between education and expenditure on education and the fertility rate. And so this is one of the last graph. It's about remittances, and we had a very strong and increased remittances in Morocco, and this is in billion dollars, and so it reached now around $6.5 billion in Morocco. So what we have many household survey available, so coming from this institution, this public institution called HCP. And so it's public data. We have information about consumption, household consumption, wages, transfer from public and private sector. About assets, we have to check. And so about public consumption and transfer, we have all this information: public education, public health care, family transfer, pension, housing, remittances, and spending on human capital. So we have also information about informal sectors, consumption and income. And so we have many connections with a colleague from the University of Morocco, from Rabat Agdal, and also from the statistical school in CEA. And so, thank you.
Okay, I'm very happy to be here again. This is a good opportunity to try and to wrap up some unfinished projects that I have for NTA. First, I changed the title of the presentation and also the contents. I'm talking about the decomposing the demographic dividend for subpopulations. Okay, but I want to thank Ron and Andy for the opportunity for supporting these projects. This is the agenda of the presentation. I'm going to show some background about definition of the demographic dividend. I'm going to present one method for decomposing the demographic dividend and application to international migration in Mexico. And then a second method, which I don't have an application yet, but I'm going to work on that. And then some future work on, I think I'm going to skip this one. You know the definition of the demographic dividend. So let me focus on the technical part of the definition. This is following the work of Andy and Ron. Basically, we have the definition is of the first demographic dividend is the change, the growth change in the support ratio, or the difference between the change, the percentage change in the number of producers and the number of consumers. And then the total number of producers is just the weighted mean of the labor income. The weights are the population by age, and the same for the total number of consumers, but we use the consumption profile by age. We use these are just the age profiles that we use to estimate the demographic dividend. Just the solid lines, there's the labor income and consumption by age, and then we use population projections by age. And what we do is the blue line is just the change in the number of effective producers, and the pink line, the change in the number of effective consumers, and the difference is the demographic dividend, right? This is a nice representation in Louis' paper. I like this representation very much. So nothing new here. Well, now I'm gonna try to decompose that by subpopulations. It could be gender or SES or any other. And then the idea here is just consider again the number of producers as the sum of the number of producers in subpopulation A and the number of producers in subpopulation B. And the same applies for the number of consumers, the total number of consumers. And then we apply the same definition and just doing some math. And then we get this expression. So we can separate the effect of both subpopulations in the demographic dividend using these two terms. However, if you see this expression and see the formal definition of the demographic dividend, this is not the demographic dividend, right? Because the denominator is the total population, right? It should be the population, the total subpopulation A, and the number of consumers in A. But we can still use this, but this is not the demographic dividend for the subpopulation A, right? Okay. This is the first method, the first decomposition, and we use this for our application. This is a paper with Alma Vega that we have a manuscript right now. And the idea is just apply this to the international migration. So the idea is that we have the actual population in Mexico. This is the stock of the population. Just is the projection from 1950 to 2050. And then the other subpopulation, population B, is the migrant population, which is the population living in the U.S. in 2010, who were born in Mexico. And then we reconstruct this trajectory. And then children born in the U.S. to Mexican mothers who were born in Mexico. So we account for the fertility effect. We don't consider mortality because we assume that the mortality is very low because the migrant population are usually young. So we have two subpopulations now, and then we stock the population and we get a counterfactor, which is what will be the population in Mexico with a migration rate equal to 0 during this period. Have many assumptions, but we can talk about details. Now the question is, we don't have age profiles we have age profiles for people living in Mexico, but we don't have age profiles for the migrant population because we don't know the consumption patterns in Mexico or income patterns. We know the income and consumption patterns in the US. So we need to do some assumptions there. The first one is assuming that they had never migrated, they will have the same income and consumption patterns as the Mexican average. And the other scenario is just taking the consumption and labor income patterns of the lowest socioeconomic income groups. Because there is a paper from Doug Massey from 1994. He claims that when the mass migration started from Mexico to the US, it's more likely that the migrant population were from low socioeconomic status. But anyway, we did compare using both scenarios, and we didn't find any big difference. So this is the results. So the solid line, blue, is the percentage growth in the number of producers for the no migration scenario. And the pink line, the solid, is the percentage growth in the number of consumers with no migration. And then the dashed lines correspond to the scenario with migration, which is the actual scenario in Mexico. We assume that people migrated, and then we just consider the population projection of the actual of the population in Mexico. And this is the demographic difference. This is the difference of the curves of the previous curves. The red line corresponds to the contrafactual scenario, which is the demographic dividend with no migration, and the blue line is the demographic dividend with migration. So the difference between the curves is the effect. We sum all the demographic dividend over this period, and the difference is the effect of migration on the demographic dividend. And we estimate that is around 20% of the dividend. So the loss of dividend due to migration is around 20%. So we consider this period only because this year was 1965, was the year, 1 year after the Rosero program ended. And then 2010, because just corresponds to the year of the age profiles of labor income and consumption. And we didn't do projections, because I think that there's a lot of uncertainty. We need to project the migrant population living in the US and by age, right? I don't know if that is good. Okay, that is the first scenario, the first method. We have a second, I have a second method. And then consider again the definition of the support ratio, but now divide the total number of producers by the total population and the consumers by the total population. And then we have that the first demographic dividend is the change, the difference in the change in the mean of the mean producers less the mean consumers. So the definition is the same, because we are just multiplying by 1. And now, again, we see the definition of the change in the number of producers, the percentage change. And now see this expression from Boppel and Canudas. They estimate that the change in the average mean of a demographic variable can be decomposed as the mean of the change of the variable, and they call it the direct effect. And then they have a compositional effect, which is the covariance of the demographic variable, and the change, the percentage change of the population. So we capture the change in the heterogeneity in the population that we get in the demographic transition in this term. And then we just apply this formula to the one above, but there is just one difference, that we have the natural logarithm in that one for the total number of consumers, the producers. But that's not a problem, because we do the math and we have the change of the mean divided by the mean. Then we apply Boppel's and we just divide by the mean, right? So that's the expression we get for the change in the number of producers. However, in NTA, we assume that we keep the age profile constant, so we don't have variation for the age profile. So this term, the first term, is equal to 0, right? The mean change of the age profile is 0. The age profile is constant. And then the change in the number of producers is just a compositional effect. We only see the effect of the age structure of the population in the definition of the first demographic dividend. And then we can just compute this using this expression, which is easy to do.
Excuse me, Yvonne.
Yes.
The hat, the dot, and the prime are all notations for time change, time derivative?
Yes, this one. Yes, exactly.
They all mean the same thing?
Exactly, yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point. This notation should be the same. Because I changed just try to be consistent with the notation of Boppel's.
Okay.
But that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
This should be the same. This is a percentage change. Yeah, this is also a percentage change.
Okay.
Then we do the same for the total number of consumers, and then we estimate the demographic dividend as the difference. So we have this compositional effect from the number of total producers and the compositional effect from the consumers. Now let's do this by subpopulations. There is also another expression. This is the expression we get for a subpopulation. As A also represent age, and we can. There is also a formula from Canudal-Romo that we can apply here. It's just they apply the Bopel's formula 2 times. One for the subpopulation and one for the age effect. And then they got this expression. Again, we have a logarithm, but we just divide by the mean. And it's the same. Now we have this huge expression. But we have, again, the mean of the change of the age profile. But now we have the age profile by each subpopulation. And then we have the direct effect and compositional effect. And this is a level 1 effect, which is the effect, the heterogeneity within the subpopulations. And this is the heterogeneity between subpopulations. So now what I need to do is just try to compute this, right? Which looks very complicated, but since this is a level 1 variation, and this is a level 2 variation, I can just apply a multi-level model, multi-level model with random coefficients, and then I get this estimate directly. So I haven't done that, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so the next steps is try to apply that formula and adding heterogeneity of the age profiles, because in Mexico we have estimates, 20 years estimates for labor income and consumption. So we can try to add this heterogeneity into the model. This is consumption for many years. And the second is try to apply this decomposition for the international migration problem. And what else? It tried also this methodology for another subpopulations. Actually, we got one paper accepted in PAA with the Spanish team, but there we use the Dasgupta decomposition, which is a little bit different, but it's the same concept. And we apply that for the socioeconomic status, because there are projections, population projection by socioeconomic status for Mexico and Spain. And that's all, thank you.
Questions?
So, I'm not that technical, but, so, what should I walk away knowing from this? That migration was a good thing for Mexico, or a bad thing because it impeded the demographic dividend, but what would have been the trade-off and cost in terms of having had all those people stayed? And since historically migration often has relieved pressure on populations with large growing populations?
Well, yeah, that's a complex question, because there are many different aspects that we need to consider for migration. This one, I'm just showing that people have never migrated. We will have a potential effect in the demographic dividend that we lost. It's around 20%. That's the message. But there, of course, there are other questions to answer in terms of what would happen if people had never migrated, because that's right. We might have this potential, but in Mexico, the informal sector, for example, increases across time, and it's very big right now. So what is the point of having that people if there are no jobs for them, right? They will probably be working in the informal sector.
And how the remittances change this, should be included in
Oh, yeah, well, that's another question. That's a good one. Because in the labor income for Mexico, we don't consider the remittances. It's just as we define in NTA that remittances were included as a inter-household transfer. Right. It's not part of the labor income because these people were working in the U.S. How we add that money to the age profile of labor income.
So the income data per capita base, even though migration decisions might be made on a household basis?
Yeah, because in NTA we do individual age profiles. But it has an effect on the household income. Income. But it's measured as a transfer, but within the house.
But, yeah, so perhaps you can say something about the extent to which remittances have to be in order to sort of compensate for the demographic. So you can increase the labor income kind of like proportionately in various ways under certain assumptions. And perhaps you can say, well, we lost the demographic dividend, but with that many remittances, that would have been more than counteracted.
Okay, yeah, well, that's a good point. I think actually it has an effect on the consumption because people have never migrated, they don't have that money to consume, right? But also we have the estimates for remittances compared to the total consumption, it's actually very low. The percentage of remittances is like 3% of the total consumption or the GDP, if I remember well.
GDP.
I think it's GDP, so it's a very small effect.
You say that your next steps are going to be composed by other subpopulations like SCS or sex, and I can see about two things. One is whether these will change once if you were doing it by gender, and then incorporating other kind of transfers in, so I'd be really curious to see that. And the other thing is how, in a sense, the dividend, well, the whole point of estimating demographic dividends is the assumption that we have these big middle age populations, which are the ones that give more, right? And the thing is, could that change if we were to consider other kind of transfers? And I'd also be interested in seeing that. So probably we're not really having a big population dividend at some point, but there's other people give all through their life once we start valuing things different. But just
Yeah, well, if I understand well. But there are other considerations if you add the time valuation because if you just consider the market estimates, then you assume the profiles for men and women are the same across time and that there is no probably change in the productivity across time, right? But that also happens when you consider the time allocation because if the productivity of women increase over time, maybe the time dedicated to other activities change across time. So I don't think it's that easy.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking about something like, which would be just on the market side, but which would also have labor force participation rates as sort of another piece that you could pull out. you know, if you were comparing across countries or one country over time. But I don't know how you would get the interplay between the market work and the market work.
Yeah, I think it's tricky.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, my presentation is about SES inequality in national transfer accounts, the cases of Mexico, Costa Rica, and Ecuador. The collaborators in this pilot project funded by SIDA are Ivan from Mexico, Pamela from Costa Rica, and Liliana from Ecuador. Well, let's skip this. And the purpose of this study is to have a SES disaggregation to determine inequality by socioeconomic status in the life cycle deficit and in transfers accounts. Is also to look how inequality differs across the different NTAs. Look also how public transfers are producing redistribution or affecting inequality. And probably the most important point is to look at how inequality in the different accounts vary across ages. And this is necessary to say something about how population aging may affect inequality, which is a question we don't really have an answer beforehand. And we also want to look how inequality has changed over time in these countries. The methods we use are the NTA definitions and procedures, very well known. And to disaggregate by SES, we use the microdata used to estimate age profiles. And we are using the household surveys of Mexico, 1994, 2004, Costa Rica, 2004 and 2013, and Ecuador, 06 and 2011. We are using the definition of SES based on education of the household head. So the whole household is classified in a socioeconomic status, and we are introducing a correction in the education and household head. We are adjusting by cohort. As a background, this is a representation of the economies of the three countries, but the years are different. These are the labor income per capita in purchasing power parity at the highest level by age 40. In Costa Rica is about $16,000, Ecuador about $11,000, and Mexico $10,000. That's Mexico 2004, probably now it's closer to Costa Rica. Yeah?
And just to make sure I understand the SES measure, you're doing educational attainment, quartiles of educational attainment separately for each birth cohort?
Not for everybody, but in every cohort we are not taking the absolute number of years of education, but the deviation with respect to the cohort average.
Of that particular cohort or
Yeah,
all cohorts?
For that particular cohort.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Say, older people, the average of the cohort is maybe 2 or 3 years of education, so the deviation to this number compared to younger people in which the average may be 10 years of education, and we're taking the deviation from that.
Yeah.
Okay. And these are the profiles in income units, normalized, in the 3 countries the latest year. It's interesting to note that in Ecuador, the labor income at old ages is higher, and that's because of the weak social protection system over there, so people have to work at all ages. Another interesting point is that in Mexico the surplus is very small. It's very small, maybe because the economy in Mexico is funded in part by remittances and oil revenues, and maybe because in that year in Mexico savings were low. And in Costa Rica we have a later labor income curve, which is probably because of higher levels of education. But the curves are what is expected for Latin American countries. And this shows how is the importance of health and education, public and private, in the 3 countries, and how this has changed over time. The interesting point here is that in Costa Rica, public health plus education is higher than in the 2 other countries, about 14 or 15% of total consumption. And the private consumption in health and education is relatively small, 4% in the 2 years. And in the 2 other countries, these numbers are larger, the private numbers, but public investment in health and education is smaller. But there is an increase of 1 point in Ecuador, 1 point in Costa Rica, and 1 point in Mexico in public expenditure in these 2 values. The large number for Mexico, 94, is somehow strange, and maybe we should check that number again. Let's skip this. No. At the right up there is the composition of the population in the four SES groups. The red red points are the lowest SES, and the light blue is the highest SES. And the interesting thing is that the composition of the definition we use does not differ by age. If we had used the household of the head education without correction by cohort, we would have this distribution in which the proportion is higher in the lowest SES group at all ages, and we don't want that. And this is a very nice result for a composition by economic quartiles, which measured by private consumption. But the problem with using this indicator is that people along their lives can migrate from one group to another, and that makes it difficult to interpret the results in longitudinal terms. So it's better to work with education because migration between groups is less possible. Education in adult ages change very little. The only possible change is that young people go to their own household, and that may them to move to another SES group. And this was the correction for the cohort in the 3 countries. These are the average and the median value of years of education by birth cohort in the three countries increased from 2 or 3 years for those born in 1920 to about 10 years of education for those born in the 1990s. So we are referring to these values or correcting by these values our indicator of SES in order that all people not be classified as in lower SES if we would just take the numbers of years of education. Okay, results. This is how the life cycle deficit curves look in all of our estimates. This is an example for Costa Rica, and the main result is that the surplus is only present, is only here in the highest quartile. The other quartiles almost don't have surplus. And yeah, that means that the deficit in the 3 lowest quartiles maybe is funded by the surplus in the highest quartile through public transfers and perhaps from accumulation of assets if people change from socioeconomic group. That's less likely. So this is for Costa Rica, and this is the result for Ecuador. Very similar, even though here we have a little bit of surplus in the lowest quartiles. But the situation is similar in all the 6 estimates. Okay. And this is how the different accounts typically vary across quartiles. These are the curve for labor income. And we usually have a very high curve for the highest quartile of people with highest levels of education. And usually we have the national average curve between the highest quartile and the 3rd quartile. So usually the average that NTA show are the representation mostly of people in the 2 highest quartiles. They don't really represent what's going on in the lowest quartiles, and that's the same in the 3 countries. And it's possible to make some in-depth analysis for each country to look at the difference in the different ages. But the basic idea is that there is an increase in the level of labor income, and the same as is for other accounts. For the highest quartile and the lowest levels are for the lowest quartile.
Luis?
Yep.
So it looks like a big difference here is in the modal age across these different quartiles.
In the, say...
the modal age of labor income seems to be younger for the lower income quartiles. Is that happening? Okay.
Yeah.
And that might fit a story of disability or something like that, I guess.
Has to do with that, and also with the essence of blue-collar work. Productivity is higher at younger ages and decline very quickly for labor work, blue-collar work.
Low returns to experience, low education.
Well, but you could be a foreman and not have to lift stuff and direct people. Presumably that person would still be in the low quartile at these advanced ages. It seems kind of remarkable.
Okay. And well, then there is how to measure the, how to summarize all this information. So we are proposing to measure this with a Gini index, a pseudo-Gini index. I am going to explain right away. So this is the situation for labor income. And in general, for the most of the accounts, we found the expected SES gradient. That means higher levels in the highest quartile. Labor income, asset income, the private consumption components. These two red lines means that inequality is very high in asset income and private consumption components. Then taxes paid, also there is this expected gradient. And perhaps somehow unexpectedly, public retirement pensions also have this gradient, as well as public education at higher levels. I will show that in a moment. The reverse gradient, meaning that the highest levels correspond to the lowest quartiles, is observed in public education at lower levels, public health in general, and cash aid transfers like Progresa in Mexico and the bonus in Ecuador and Costa Rica. Meaning that for these accounts, the people with lowest levels of education receive more than the highest levels. So that's how education looks like. This is for Ecuador and Costa Rica. We have not been able to build these numbers for Mexico yet. And here you can observe what I was saying. At younger ages, say at age 8 or even 10, the highest levels of transfers in public education correspond to the red line of the low quartile in Costa Rica and in Ecuador. And the same has been observed in Brazil in a published article. But if you take, for instance, age 20, the highest levels of transfers of public education correspond to the highest quartile, several times higher than the lowest quartile. So public education is progressive at younger ages, elementary school, but is regressive, benefits more at the highest SES in basically college education. And this is observed across Latin America. I don't know if in other regions it's the same. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I may have spaced out. Did you speak a little about the policy environment? Is it free university for everybody or subsidized or?
It's heavily subsidized, quasi-free, I think in the 3 countries. But the possibility of getting into college have some restrictions, some examinations. So people from rural areas, from public high schools are not well prepared to pass the exam, so they don't get into college. Yeah?
Just like a comment, I think that even though you said that the public education system is progressive at the younger ages, it kind of be like a perverse effect, because even though it's progressive, the program, they don't prepare well enough the kids to go to access to go to college. So that's why then we see the regressive effect on public education. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, these are quantitative results. Qualitatively, all right. So how to measure this? This we can represent it in the Lorenz curve with the pseudo Gini coefficient. Here I have represented the situation for Ecuador, 2 ages, age 8, the blue line, and age 20, the red line, and the 2 years, the 2006 is the dashed line, and the continuous line is 2011. So these Lorentz curves show that, for instance, for age 20, the 20% of the population, the lowest 20% of the population in the SES scale receive about 10% of public education transfers. That at age 20. If we take age 8, the curve goes above the equity line, and for instance, 20% of the population of age 8 receive like 23% of the transfers in education. The Gini index computed for this course show that in Ecuador, at age 20, the Gini has declined from 25 to 19. A good thing. There's more equity now at less inequity now in public education at age 20, and it has changed very little at age 8. So this is our indicator of how the variation takes place in the different ages. If the Gini is negative, means there is the distribution is progressive. The lowest SES people are receiving more. Okay. So these are the values of the Gini, of these Gini indicators at the different ages. Before this, you were used to have the averages of labor, income, and consumption, and we have the classic life cycle deficit of average. These are the curves for inequality. The red lines are consumption, basically flat, don't change across ages, with a Gini of 0.250 in Mexico, 15 or so in Ecuador, about 20 in Costa Rica. We have 2 years in the two countries. The dashed lines is for the first year. And for instance, in Mexico, the inequity has diminished in labor income, the blue line, and consumption. In Ecuador also has diminished. And in Costa Rica has increased for labor income and decreased for consumption. And perhaps the most interesting finding is that inequality in labor income is negative until the age 20. I mean, at these ages, people in the lowest SES earn more than people in the highest SES, which seems logical. Yeah.
Hey, I have a question about that and the way that you are that particular result and the way that you're constructing your SES indicators. And what I'm thinking is, since you're taking the educational level of the household head, right? So people tend to become the head of the household from the moment they marry onwards, and then probably when they are elderly and they come back to the house of their children, they are not anymore. So before age 22 or something like that, it's not really their education level, but that of their parents. So in a sense, what these might be saying is that there was there has been intergenerational mobility, because the children in households where their parents are lower educated are receiving more, but that doesn't really mean that the individuals themselves are being in a more equitable situation according to their socioeconomic
Yeah, could be. Yeah,
level, right?
Yeah, because the whole household classified. But I can tell you that I did, and I'm not going to present here, a sensitivity analysis trying with other SES classificators, especially consumption, and the results are basically the same. I mean, the shape of the curves are basically the same. Basically, inequality for consumption doesn't change with age, but labor income increases with age and reaches the highest levels, but by age 40 or 50. So this is the most important finding. And these are the Gini's for the health and education indicators, public and private. The blue lines are education, the red lines are health, and the light lines are private, and the darker lines are public. As expected, private education and private health inequality is substantially higher than public. In Mexico, we have not been able to compute yet these indicators for public health and public education. But in Costa Rica and Ecuador, that's clear. And perhaps the most interesting finding is something we already mentioned, which is that the public education Gini inequality is progressive, negative, below zero in younger ages, increases sharply with age. That's public education. What else? In Ecuador, there is a very interesting result, but maybe that is a methodological problem only, and that's it, that public health inequity measured by the Gini index has decreased a lot between these 2 years. But because of the methodology where it was different, the surveys were very different in 2006 and 2011, I have some doubts about that. In general, in Ecuador, in public education, there has been a reduction in inequity, and in public health, clearly. And in Costa Rica, it has been a reduction in inequity, so the distribution has improved for public education, and public health is about the same. And finally, these are the curves just for Ecuador, 2 years, for the 3 indicators of income of people or household: labor income, asset income, and pensions, especially at older ages. And in general, what we have is that inequity increases with age. That's one thing. And the other thing is that at older ages, asset income and pensions become more important than labor income. And asset income and pensions usually have higher inequality than labor income. And that's an important finding. And that means that with the aging of the population, one can expect that inequality is going to increase. So the next step of the study is to estimate what is going to be the effect of aging on inequality, how much is going to increase inequality due exclusively to aging. So in conclusion, population aging may be increasing inequality in Latin America, and that's so because inequality in income sources increases with age, and also because retirement pension and asset income are highly unequal. In general, public education and public health are redistributive, but public education is regressive after about age 15 years in college. In Mexico, income and consumption inequality has declined in the period 1994 to 2004. In Costa Rica, income inequality increased a little bit, while public education inequality decreases. And in Ecuador, in spite of being a very short period of time, 2006 to 2011, there is a clear decreasing levels of inequality in income, consumption, public education, and health. In general, inequality is very high in private education and health, as I showed in the previous video. That's it. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. It seems that the inequality in pensions is greater than the inequality in labor income. Is that right? And if so, how does that happen? Because isn't the pension benefit based on labor income? So you might think that they'd be the same, even if they're not actually redistributed.
Well, actually, some groups in society, like public employees or the army, for instance, sometimes get better benefits and tolerations.
Yeah, okay.
So the inequality increases in the pension system.
Okay.
Does that have to do with, say, government employees have higher education, they get pensions, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to say also that I think the education angle is fascinating because maybe my Twitter feed is full of communists, but I think we're still debating the higher education policy in the United States. And it seems like looking at what different policies do in terms of the amount of benefits absorbed and who gets them is part and parcel of that debate. Maybe the policy environments are different enough, but in Costa Rica and Mexico and Ecuador, but perhaps in other NTA countries we would have a similar story that we could compare to the U.S. and of course it's useful. So yeah.
I think that with these results, I cannot say that in these countries, college education is a vehicle for social mobility. Not at all. It reinforces the status quo.
The U.S. tries to keep things fair at higher education by giving nothing.
No.
No subsidy. Yeah, nothing.
Well, but, so where is this going in the future, and what are the prospects of a book on inequality in Latin America? So we have something on Brazil and Chile, and I think Colombia, and now these three countries, and I know Piedad wanted to do something, or maybe you want to do something. It seems it would be nice to pull it all together.
Definitely. The key thing is to homogenize, to use the same procedures in all the countries, so to make comparable results. Yeah. At the present time, we are using different methodologies. Even though the results are similar, the methodologies are different, so it's difficult to compare.
Well, there might be, say, some special session or two at Dakar on socioeconomic differences, and maybe you could circulate these results and see if you can get other countries to do the same thing, use the same method in their countries, even if they want also to use something different. If everyone uses at least the same thing for one of their analyses, then you can do a comparison, and you could maybe or maybe you can contact Piedad, or maybe you can hold out the possibility of some sort of publication that would bring it together.
Yeah, definitely the next step is to contact Chile, probably is the easiest one, then Colombia, maybe Brazil.
But all of we did the estimation by CES. All of our country did this estimation, but we never did anything with it.
Well, would it be hard to do?
If the profiles, the age profiles were estimated with this micro-label survey and the same survey, everything, this thing is easy to do. If the estimates were taken from different surveys, that's problematic to do this. Sometimes not using the microdata, that's problematic.
And do people have any thoughts about this measure of SES? It seems there's no perfect measure. Is this the best of the various candidates? There are many candidates, and I think you've experimented with a number of them.
Yeah. And I have also some sensitivity results, and at the end, there is no difference in the shape of the curves, depending on different classification of SES. The shape of the curves are the same. The level may change a little bit, but the shape is the same. The Gini curves.
Ron, there's a question.
It's just one small comment. I think that you're using the income and expenses survey, right? So one of the strategies in Latin America to attack when you have some type of economic crisis is to send more people within the household to the labor market. So one of the things that maybe could be inside of the effects, but I don't know how to operationalize it in the indicator, is that maybe the change that you have across time is that you have more people inside of the household searching for jobs, comparing into the past, or otherwise comparing, depending on the macroeconomic situation of the market by itself. Because one strategy of poor families is just to send the kids or send the mother to work, and that creates an additional income that could be inserted in the calculus of the Gini, which maybe is not going to be a change in the general picture, but could be an interpretation to see why the change between 2006 and 2011 could be an effect of that. It's just maybe one part because of more participation of members of the family, and that creates an inequality because the kid who's selling candies in the street is going to gain much less than the mother working in the informal sector. Just as an example, extreme example.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a possibility. One thing that Ron suggested and I didn't do yet, it was to classify no households, but people. Just take, for instance, the level of education of the individual, including different SES. But it may be strange to put members of the same household, some in one SES and the other one in another house. I don't know.
One interesting thing here, sort of incredibly, is that is the United States the only country that has a highly redistributive pension system? It'd be hard to believe, but I mean, Europe, it's pretty much proportional, isn't it? And Latin America, it's maybe more than proportional to earnings. Yvonne?
It looks like, yeah, and that's because the benefits are very low here. I mean, the pension
in the US, yeah.
In the US, and that's one of the key things.
But not terribly low. Well, for a poor person, they're really good.
Yeah, for a poor person.
You get up to 80% replacement or something, and then at the margin, a rich person is getting something like 15% replacement. It's highly redistributive.
And the coverage is universal. Everybody's in the system. It's not just a formal sector worker.
Yeah.
We don't have very big.
This is are we looking at the replacement ratio here though? I mean, I know, so the inequality, say, in pensions in China is pretty high, but that's because only the urban sector has pensions.
Yeah.
Right.
And only the urban workers are contributing, so, you know, the replacement rate is, there's not that much inequality in the replacement rate, I don't think, in China. But the benefit, you know, you have to look at both the taxes
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
benefits in
that's
order
true.
to deal
You
with
mean
this
so that just by
redistribution.
having a very incomplete coverage, you could end up with a big
Yeah.
genie here,
Yeah.
That's true.
you know?
If the coverage in the lowest SES is low,
Well, yeah, they're all ag workers and they don't participate.
that's right.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
No, just a related question. I was wondering about the degree of informality and to what extent this captures the informal sector and to what extent there's a difference in the level of informality or the degree of informality in the labor market from one country to another, between Ecuador, Costa Rica, and Mexico. And is there do your measures reflect that?
Yeah, that's included in the estimates of labor income and so on and so forth. But that probably influences, for
Right.
instance, the pension
Exactly, yeah.
inequality.
Yeah, because I could see where labor income at the lower SES levels might be comparable when you're working, but if you're working in the informal sector, you're obviously not contributing to that, yeah.
Now, so thank you very much, Luis. We, in fact, are remarkably pretty much on schedule because if you're, depending on which schedule you're looking at, our remaining speaker is Andy. And Andy's scheduled for an hour, and it will get dark. We won't be distracted by the views outside.
I'm next?
You're up.
I'm not on my schedule. I'm not ready. I'm up, oh, I was still working on my presentation.
Good on that.
Let me turn this off.
Yeah.
We can see that it's working. You gonna introduce me or should I just begin?
Andy,
Okay.
go.
This isn't the title that's in the agenda, so we'll need to change it to reflect that I'm going to focus mostly on the private sector part of projecting NTA is described here. And so this has been working with Ron, of course, and also Diana Stojanovic, who's in Indonesia now, who's been doing most of the coding, and Michael Abrigo, who is a graduate student, but also done the Philippines NTA and now many Asian NTAs working with Sungyup Lee. I presented this at a workshop in Berkeley and called it very preliminary. I've upgraded it now to just preliminary. But as you will see, it's not yet perfect. And so it's a great time to get some suggestions. This is part of a World Bank KCP project that's been going on so long, I can't remember what KCP even means. But anyway, well, anyway, we all know that. This is really going to focus on private transfers, and they're very different than public transfers because they're not social. So when we look at public transfers, we often look at like dependency ratios, or there are going to be more old people, so we know everybody's going to have to pay more taxes. But with private transfers, it's different than that. It's not, you don't pay more because there are more old people. You pay more because your parents are still alive instead of dead, or you decide to have 5 kids instead of only 2. And so it's very much a familial thing. And the links are very much bound up in what the family demography is, I suppose. So this family connection is represented by this private transfer matrix that is very similar to the time transfer matrix that Emilio put up yesterday, and very similar to the one that Ron and Gretchen, I believe, had in their chapter in population aging and the generational economy. So this is the age of the provider along the horizontal axis. And so you can see this is all blanks here because kids don't get anything. There's a little noise. And this is the age of the receivers. And these are, they're not like what Emilio was putting up yesterday. These are aggregate transfers from age 20 to age 20, say. And so we see mountains right here for parents' transfers to children, and this green is the high peak. And maybe there's some grandparent transfers to children if you use your imagination. We see intragenerational. This is along that primary diagonal that we were looking at this morning. So mostly between spouses, but could be between siblings. And then IG transfers to older adults. And well, again, you have to, it's not nearly as big as prominent as the transfers to children, but keep in mind that partly this is going to be less prominent just because there are fewer people in those age groups, and these are aggregate transfers. Now, I say this is for India in 2005, but we actually don't have any data for India in 2005. And so this has been generated by the model that I'm going to talk about using the marginals for 2004. So that's just the transfers received by people at each age and the transfers given, but nothing about the inner flows. And then we use the matrix for the Philippines as to capture the connections here. And Yvonne has promised to give me the matrix for Mexico. We'll see how much difference it makes. I don't know that it will really make very much difference because the inner part is transformed to match the marginals. You're looking very skeptical. Did that make any sense? Okay.
I struggle to understand exactly what that means, but I think it's clear to everyone else.
Okay. It's late in the day, so you know, please stop me if anything is like unclear. Okay, so anyway, so we're going to use this a lot to try to look at private transfers. Now, there's another thing about this that's different. For the most part in this model, we generate all of the NTA flows the way that we define them, say, in the manual that Gretchen and I, the UN manual, not in the sense that Hippolyte has done with like 500 flows, you know. Ours is a little more aggregated than that. And this is even more aggregated because this is all private transfers. So it includes both inter-household and intra-household transfers. And we use the intra-household transfer matrix to approximate the inter-household transfers. So again, well, that's what we've done. And you, I think, did something similar
for bequests.
For bequests, as I recall, yeah. So you're inspiring me a lot, Luis. So. So I want to say just a little bit about context for this talk. So what what really has motivated me is I would like to be able to project NTA, it seemed to me that the thing that we have not done much about at all is deal with the fact that we get generational squeezes that affect private transfers, and we haven't figured out what to do about that. We saw that with the same thing with the time transfers when everybody was saying, well, there's going to be this huge imbalance that is going to emerge in the future. Well, that imbalance has to be reconciled somehow. because things won't balance otherwise, and we know the time given and the time received have to be the same, and the same is true for private transfers. And so I want a model where I can at least start to say, well, here's what may happen, and then we can try to improve on it. And that seems to me to be very helpful in doing policy analysis as well, because we propose public policies. We say, well, let's cut taxes because of aging, and somebody else says, well, let's raise let's cut benefits, let's raise taxes, but we can't trace through what that means. You know, how it affects different generations in any very complete way, because it depends on private transfers. So, you know, to what extent, if we cut the elderly, are they going to reduce their transfers to children and stay generally okay? No, we don't know. So, well, we're trying to model that anyway. And then constructing flash accounts. I got that from a movie. I can't remember what movie it was. Somebody said something about flash accounts, and then the next day I was working on this, and I liked that. So I said, okay, flash accounts. So flash accounts is what Gretchen was talking about this morning, I think, where you said you needed NTA for 2013 to have it for the same year as your time transfers. And so you did something. I don't have any idea what you did. And it would be nice if we had some agreed upon way of doing this. So one of the things that we're doing here is we're saying, okay, suppose we have, well, you know, so in this project, say we have NTA for 2004 or 2003 or Brazil 1996, and you know, I hated to like give that to the World Bank because it just seemed like a long time ago. And so we can get macro controls for 2010 or 2011. So we constructed the macro controls for those years, and then we took the 1996, well, let's say the US 2003, and then generated NTA for 2010, I think, or maybe 2011. We can compare that with the actual 2011 and see how that worked out. So anyway, I call them flash accounts because it seems to me, you know, Hippolyte has this huge 14-person team that can construct these accounts for every year, but you know, many of us don't. So it would be nice if we could, in a much quicker way, generate a reasonable time series of accounts. And I'm also influenced by the fact that when they construct national accounts, they don't do a new input-output table every year. They may do it every 7 years or something like that in a lot of countries, but they still have GDP for every year, and they're using the same input-output table. And I think we can do the same thing legitimately in NTA, perhaps. We'll see. Okay, so I don't want to go over the whole model. It'd be dreadfully boring. And a lot of it is fairly simple, mundane kinds of things. So I'm going to focus on the private sector, which I think is most interesting. So do me a favor and just suppose that we know population age structure, which in the model is exogenous, that we know labor and asset income, and that we know what the public sector is going to do. So we know public transfer inflows and outflows and taxes. Okay, so we're going to take all those things as exogenous or predetermined, and then we want to try to figure out how the private sector will respond. And by that I mean consumption, how much are they going to consume, how much are they going to save, and how much are they going to give to 101 different age groups, because we decided we would go up to 100 plus just for fun, if these variables change. So Okay, so every age group has inflows, and most of those are exogenous or predetermined. So what are the inflows that we have to worry about? Well, labor income, I use this E to indicate exogenous or predetermined. So they have labor income, they have private asset income, they have cash transfers from cash public transfer inflows. This is not quite a standard NTA variable, but it can be calculated using NTA. This is private transfers that, net private transfers that households receive from the rest of the world. And the final variable here, which is not known, is private transfer inflows, and the D means that these are private transfer inflows from residents. Okay, some people who live in the country. And well, an important reason for doing this is we know that the private transfer inflows that are domestic and the outflows that are domestic have to balance. That's the thing in the transfer system that has to balance. Okay, so those are the resources then that each age group has to work with. And then, well, maybe we could call this disposable inflows or something like that. Inflows less predetermined taxes is this part right here, and the household or the age group has to allocate those among three uses: private consumption, private saving, and it can give it away to residents. Private transfer outflows. Okay? Is that clear? Any questions about that? Okay.
So the transfers from the rest of the world would be basically like remittances?
Yeah. Yeah, these are all private. Okay, you all know all of that. Okay, so I'm gonna make things easier for myself still by, okay, one thing I'm going to do in this allocation equation is I'm going to assume that the ratio of saving to consumption is constant for each age group. Okay, so if in the base period, 25-year-olds are saving, consuming $9 and they're saving $1, they're going to continue to do that in that proportion henceforth. Okay, so you could think of saving as though money I'm putting aside for future consumption or future uses more generally, I suppose. And so this just says I'm going to continue, I have homothetic preferences, so I'm going to continue to allocate things in that way. So there's no life cycle saving in here. Hippolyte is looking very disturbed.
How do you do for those who are 100?
Those who are
100, of age 100, so you suppose...
It will be the same.
So they are going to die with leaving something?
Yes, they would die and they would leave something, yes.
So the something goes where?
The something goes, well, it would be bequests, but we don't have bequests in this model. So, yeah, this is only current flows, okay? It doesn't include bequests.
Yes, but you need to, it will sum at the aggregate.
What's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it does. I can do it without the bequests. And then this variable right here, which I call, this is like the private dependency ratio. And what this is defined as the private transfer outflows to residents relative to private consumption. Okay, so that's like we do, kind of like we defined a dependency ratio. So this is how much I've got to give to support other people compared with what I have for myself. Okay. So now, so this is fairly critical to how we're going to do this. So this defines, it decomposes this private dependency ratio into three kinds of variables. So let's start over on the right-hand side. So one part is age structure. So and age Y are people who are receiving transfers, and age X is people who are giving transfers. So the dependency ratio is going to depend upon the number of dependents per person giving support. So that captures age structure. The second variable captures the fact that, well, maybe the number of 20-year-olds went up relative to my age group, but I don't support 20-year-olds anyway. I don't even know any 20-year-olds. I certainly have no children or grandchildren who are 20-year-olds. And so that's what this term captures. This is the share of age Y recipients' costs borne by providers age X. Okay, this is something that we can get from the transfer matrix. Comes from, we can get that there. And then the final element is the cost of HY recipients relative to the private consumption of people who are age X. So that's going to depend on how much people age Y are consuming. So kids are going to be consuming less. And it's also going to depend on what part of their consumption is funded from private transfers. Okay, so those two things will go to determine. We can just calculate it directly, though, using the private transfer inflows to age group Y over the consumption of age group X. And again, that can be computed from the inflow-outflow matrix. So those are the three elements, and I thought I would just empirically show these. So this is from the perspective of a 40-year-old, okay, who's going to be making this allocation decision. And this first is the relative cost that I was just talking about. So, well, we know what the equivalent adult consumer unit is. It's about 0.4 for a newborn, right? And then it goes up to, stays there to age 6. What does it do?
Goes up to 1 at age 20.
Yeah, does it stay at 0.4?
It starts at age 5 to go up. It stays the same 0 to 4.
It starts going up, so, and then it's 1 to age 20. So if all private consumption were funded by private transfers and there were no distributional issues, but there are, so it's not going to be exactly the equivalence thing, this would look like 0.4 and then would go up to 1. Well, so that's sort of what's going on here. It's around 0.4 and then it's going up. It's going up to less than 1 because people at age 20 are getting support from some other means. They're working, so they're funding some of their own consumption. So the cost then of a 40-year-old, I mean, of a kid relative to a 40-year-old peaks at about 0.8 of what the 40-year-old is consuming. And then it goes down again as people become less dependent on transfers, and then it goes back up as they become more dependent on transfers. So this is sort of what you would expect to see for that variable. And then, no.
Is this India or the Philippines or?
This is India, I think. India, Philippines.
So is this the output of the model or the input?
Oh, well, this is oh yeah, there it is. It says India 2005. So yeah, this is the output of the model, but we have India for 2004. It's going to look almost exactly like this. It's going to be very, very little difference. Okay.
But there was the question, is it an output of the model or an input?
It's an output. Oh, well, it comes from the model. It's generated using the inflow-outflow matrix that's an input of the model. And if I had calculated it for 2004, it would have looked almost exactly like this. So,
okay.
So using the input-output from the Philippines? Or
yeah, it uses the input-output from the Philippines.
And so the assumption is also that the age structure is fairly similar, like between the country that you use.
Well, what matters is whether the generational relationships are similar. Yeah. So if the generation length is about 30 in the Philippines and it's about 30 in India.
And the number of children is also.
It doesn't really matter whether the number of children are the same, because that's captured by the demographic, the number of the population variables and other things. So. So this is that variable that captures how much a 40-year-old, how much are they responsible for people in different ages. And so first we start with, this is panel A is, to what extent are 40-year-olds responsible for 10-year-olds? Well, given generation length of 30 years, a lot. And so a 40-year-old pays about 4.5% of the transfers that a 10-year-old receives. And then if we look at 25-year-olds, well, 40-year-olds provide very little to 25-year-olds, and but well, a lot less, but it's well, more than I would have thought, 3%. 40-year-olds really provide little to 45-year-olds, so that's less than 1%, about 0.7%. And then 40-year-olds pay for about 2% of what 65-year-olds are receiving from private transfers. I mentioned this already about combining inter and intra-household transfers and using the intra-household matrix. Another thing is that, when we calculate intra-household transfers, we get transfers made and saved. Right? A lot of times young adult households have surplus transfers, and that in our NTA calculations gets transferred to the head and recorded as saving by the head. And I've undone that in this model, and it's counted as saving by the person who did the transfers. And then once we get through, we will probably move it back in, and get a standard NTA model, but also we will have the other variable available as an alternative way of doing saving. So Okay, so that's the decision that people are, that describes how people are making the decision about giving their money away to their family and friends. But it doesn't address the fact that they don't know how much money they have, because they don't know how much money they have until they find out how much their family and friends are going to give to them. And so if this was a market good, we could have some sort of market that would deal with this, but we don't have a market, so we need some kind of a non-market mechanism to reconcile these flows. And so we have this iterative procedure, and intuitively it goes something like this. So so people, they start out at the beginning of the period, and they have some idea about what they're going to get. They have a preliminary assessment. This is what I'm going to get in the way of private transfer inflows. And, you know, it's easy to do something like that. We know what real economic growth or nominal economic growth is, and so maybe they think their transfers are going to go up by the rate of nominal economic growth. And so they form plans based on that. And, well, you could do it different ways at this point, but let's just say that they announce it or make a commitment. They say, they call up their kids and say, honey, I'm going to give you $1,000 this year. And so based on that, the person who's receiving it is going to say, you know, I thought I was going to get 2,000, but I'm only getting 1,000. And so they're going to have to reformulate their plans based on this updated information. And so they will then call their, you know, mother-in-law and say, oh, you know, I told you I was going to give you like $1,500, but it's only going to be $750 now. And so then the mother-in-law goes and talks to her husband and says, you know, we thought we were going to get 15, but it's only 750, and so they reformulate their plans. And so they continue to do this until finally the phone calls stop and everybody is on the same page about what they're going to give and what they're going to receive. So that's the basic intuition of how this thing works. You know, to tell you the truth, I wasn't sure it was going to work, but it works, except in Nigeria. And we don't know why, but we're continuing to explore that and why it doesn't seem to work so well in Nigeria. So there are a lot of reasons why it may not, and so I'm not discouraged about that. And it seems to be, you know, pretty robust and it passes plausibility tests. We have not really tested this yet against real data to see how good the predictions are.
So initially, when you presented your variables, you said that there could be exogenous or predetermined. So, but if those, you know, inflow are predetermined, there is no issue about having like this kind of procedure, you know, a fixed point procedure. If everything is predetermined, so then you could compute your consumption saving without any problem. So I was wondering what you were referring to.
Well, I don't know the private transfers.
Okay, which are not predetermined.
Yeah, those aren't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would be so it would be like okay. So you know your labor income that would be predetermined, but not the private one.
Yeah. And I know and the government's made its decisions already. It's set its taxes. It's distributed its cash transfers.
Well, and the other big difference too is that the government can run debt. There's no constraint on what the government does, but on those intra-household transfers, there's the constraint. So you can't determine it until everything else has been calculated. or until everything else falls out.
I can't.
I mean,
You're right about that. Ron?
I'm just wondering how this is related to what Emilio does with time.
Well, we could do this with time.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I think we could use the same exact mechanism with time. You know, I mean, it would take some work, but you would have this. Well, maybe not, I don't know. It's different though, because the time you can't redistribute the time. You know, I can't say, oh, honey, Mom and Dad sent us an extra 2 hours.
But you can say, oh, my son isn't going to come help me rake the lawn, so I won't be able to babysit for...
Yeah, maybe you can. You can say, okay, they're going to give us 2 fewer hours, so we got to spend it. So, and you could have, and you could. That's one reason I was asking about. You know, it would be nice to have more complete accounts where we had leisure and labor force participation. Because it seemed to me that you could use a model like something like this to talk about how those generational squeezes on time might affect labor force participation and leisure and time transfers you gave to your kids and so forth. Emilio, Gretchen, you guys can take this and run with it. Okay, so we have results completed for 9 countries: China, Hungary, India, Japan, South Africa, and Thailand, are the middle-income countries, and 3 high-income countries: Japan, Germany, and the U.S. So the inputs are NTA in a base year, macro controls for 2009, 10, or 11, and these are taken from either a combination of sources, the UN SNA data, IMF data on pensions, I don't know, maybe WHO on health, I'm not sure, but we may have gotten that from UN. World Population Prospects 2015, and then from a variety of sources, we have exogenous productivity growth, inflation, and interest rates, and economic structure, which is just the share of GDP earned by labor income and asset income, which we hold constant over the simulation. So before I present results, let me say a little bit about what we're doing with the public sector. So, you know, the model of the public sector sort of takes as its things to play with the normalized age profiles of public transfer inflows and taxes. So normalized on average labor income of 30 to 49-year-olds. And so the first scenarios we did were status quo scenarios, by which I mean that we hold those profiles constant. Now that generates imbalances, but as Gretchen just said, well, the government can accumulate surpluses or debt, and so that's what our government does. It just, you know, boy, Hungary's debt is 20 times GDP by the time we finish. So that, of course, is, you know, it's not a plausible scenario, but for the first few years, maybe a few decades, it tells you something, right? Okay, so we start with that, and then we have 3 reform scenarios. Now, we were particularly interested in these for low and middle income countries because a lot of them don't have very well-developed systems of support for older people. So if you look at India, there are no net public transfers to the elderly. And we think, well, surely over time, as the elderly becomes a larger part of the Indian population, and hopefully they develop, they will want to have programs, pension, public, the same kinds of social insurance programs that rich countries have. And so 2 of the reform scenarios are based on that idea, And for one, which we call social welfare reform, that's based on the age profiles of transfer inflows and taxes for mostly continental European countries. So generous. Places we would all like to live as we get older. Or you could live in the stingy capitalist.
With a redistributive pension system.
And this is based on age profiles for Spain and US. Well, I know Spain's continental Europe, and I know that they're having a very difficult time, but their age profiles look more like the US than they do like a lot of other European countries. So, these profiles are maybe a little more expansive than the US and a little less than Spain. It's the average of the two. Okay, so anyway, we have like big spending programs and stingy programs. And then we have this one that's more intended for looking at aging, of high-income aging societies, which I'm still not quite sure what to call it, but I'm calling it life cycle reform here. So the idea is that you can, okay, people are living longer, they're healthier, so let's have policies that respond to that. And what would that do? Well, you would raise the age of retirement, and maybe you would put in place things that maintain productivity of older workers or something like that. So we would like the labor income profile to be shifting outward over time. I'm sure you've all seen things like this done in different ways. Ron and Gretchen, I think, Ron and somebody has something like that. And then well, you would also, the tax profiles would also change because people are going to have higher income. So we do the same. We also shift the tax profiles, and also public transfer inflows would change. And so we would push down pensions, but also this incorporates the idea that people are going to be healthier, and so they would need less in health transfers as well. So those are also pushed off into the future. The way we do that is to essentially link these, the age profiles to survival rates. So if at a 50% survival rate, you got a certain labor income, public transfer inflow, and paid certain taxes, let's say a 10% survival rate. And then all of a sudden, the 10% survival rate was not reached at age 65, it was reached at age 70. Then at age 70, you would have the inflows that previously went to people who were 65. Okay. Now then we have another thing that we've done is, all of these reform scenarios are mostly going to be unsustainable. We've have some constraints that we impose to deal with the effects of aging. So one of these constraints is on the size of government. So you can say, the way I've used it here is to constrain public transfer inflows to not be more than, say, 45% of GDP. Or in the case of the capitalist scenario, 35% of GDP. And the other scenario is on the public debt as a share of GDP. And for that, we've typically used that public debt can't exceed 90% of GDP. This is a figure that, shoot.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh,
You're
there
back.
it goes, you're back.
Oh, you're gone again.
It's
Look good for a minute.
it's clearly, there we go.
Okay.
Just don't,
No one breathe.
don't touch a thing.
The public debt constraint is a soft constraint, or it's sort of a goal, because you can't you can't tell somebody, oh, your public debt cannot be more than 90% of GDP. If you're like Japan and your net debt is 135% of GDP, it takes a while to deal with that. And so this is a forward-looking constraint where countries are looking, given what they know about the demography and their plans and everything, they look forward. You can vary how many years they look forward, but we have a long look-forward period, 40 years or something like that. And then they raise taxes to make sure that they realize that goal within 40 years. Okay, so I'm going to show you illustrative results for Mexico/Philippines. At least they're both Catholic countries, so we've basically created flash accounts for 2010, and you have NTA for 2011, is that right?
2010.
2010. Oh, okay. So we could compare and see how that turned out, and so using our 2010 macro controls. And then there are 4 scenarios that I'm going to present with the status quo, the social welfare and capitalist reform starting in 2020. That's completed when Mexico reaches high income status. And then we have also a scenario where we constrain the social welfare reform in this way. And so these results are in here. Okay, so we don't have time to go over all this in great detail. I'm just trying to give you a taste of what we're kind of getting here. So this is just one of those scenarios. We could look at others, I suppose. So this is the social welfare scenario with the constrained. And so there's a big expansion in what the public sector is doing that's reflected in public consumption. And so that goes up. And private consumption goes down. This is all normalized. So private consumption drops substantially relative to labor income of prime age adults. And it drops fairly uniformly. Well, bigger losses amongst prime age adults. So they're the ones who are sacrificing the most. They're paying a lot higher taxes. And this shows the private consumption over here. Oh no, this is total consumption. This is private, this is public, this is total. So total goes down. Well, and also because of aging, you would expect total consumption to go down. And total consumption went down most amongst prime age adults, and it went up among the elderly. A lot of that is driven by public consumption. But it is the case that the elderly did okay under the effects of aging. And so you can see we have a much deeper, we have this shift to a much steeper consumption profile in Mexico. This is over a 60-year period. And we've seen this in other countries. So this is one of the interesting things that we can decide this model is useful or not, I think, in part based on that. But we see this in high-income countries. We do see higher consumption in older ages. Let's see here.
I might interject there, Andy. I've been looking at the results for private transfers and such intergenerational differences from this, and Andy asked me if we wanted to say something about it, and I said no, but let me just say one word,
Yeah.
which is if we think of, say, the Barrow idea from a famous 1974 article, he suggested, well, if you move to this social welfare scenario and you raise Social Security benefits, older people are just going to reverse that by making private transfers to their kids, because they already know what relative amount of consumption they'd like to have themselves compared to their kids. And so if they see their kids having to pay those taxes and have lower consumption, they will just, their private transfers will reestablish the way things were before. Well, that would be at one extreme, and the other extreme is the elders would just consume the transfers and keep them from the public transfers and keep them for themselves. Well, if you look at what happens in these simulations, the older people get increased transfers, and then they do increase transfers to their younger family members. And the extent to which that reverses the public transfers varies a lot from country to country. There are some countries where something like a quarter of the increase in public, say pension benefits or something like that, is offset by increased downward transfers to kids. So this sort of thing is incorporated in the model. This kind of interaction of the public and private sectors, I think, is very interesting. What I don't have a very good sense in my mind of is exactly how it comes out of the model. I can see it comes out of the way the private sector is modeled, but there's nothing in there like a marginal propensity. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Let's see, let me, I don't know, what time?
We have another 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, let's go
Yeah,
to
that should
5:30.
be plenty.
Some of that for just discussion, no?
Yeah, okay, so this is the age distribution for Mexico, so it's getting a lot older. This is this private dependency ratio that I talked about. So the blue is 2010. So the private dependency ratio shifts down a lot at older ages. And that's a reflection of there are fewer kids and there are more elderly. Okay, so the extent to which they're individually responsible for supporting young people declines quite dramatically in this transition. And let's see, let me show how that's reflected in the private transfer outflows. So that's this dependency ratio again, and here's the private transfer outflows. And you can see that this isn't the only thing that's affecting private transfer outflows, but it's really what's clearly driving private transfer outflows in Mexico. They're going down very sharply as the dependency ratio for older Mexicans declines. This is the reverse flow. So this is, wait a minute. Yeah, this is outflows, and so this is inflows that people are receiving. And the inflows are going down at all ages, and particularly amongst children. And then this is the net flow. So net transfers are increasing for people, say, 40 and older, and they're declining for children. Now, there's nothing in this model, so to capture, sort of the Becker Lewis quantity quality trade-off. Okay, all that's going on here is resources available are changing because it changes in dependency. But if, for example, you know, like the standard argument that quality is more income elasticity than quantity, then you would expect to see some shift into education and health beyond what is in here. I think that can be incorporated into the model, but it's not as it stands, yeah.
I'm actually not completely sure. There's what I want to say, but I'm thinking what you're doing is, if I understand correctly, is you're seeing how resources might vary and how people might redistribute their transfers as monetary resources vary, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have 2 points. One is whether that's always possible in terms of people not being able to live without less than a certain amount, and if that's being taken into account, a certain amount of money. And the other thing is how that might be different from time transfers in terms of probably people adapting to poverty as their monetary resources go down and the demands of others are still there and they have to give their money away. But is that possible? Is that assumption possible with time as well? In terms of, can we always assume that if you have less money, can you live with less? With less time, can you live with less time or with less care time?
Well, so the well, one thing to keep in mind is that these are all normalized values. So it's not that people are becoming poorer. There's a lot of economic growth. I mean, India, and Mexico, and China have very strong economic growth. Okay, so people are better off substantially, I would assume, over time. The economic growth incorporates the first demographic dividend. It doesn't have feedbacks from human capital and fiscal capital affecting productivity growth. Maybe sometime it will. Well, you know, as far as you know, the way people are using resources, the way that the assumption that I'm working with is sort of, you know, that the burden is being shared equally amongst everybody. So, you know, if I have less, I'm consuming less myself. I'm cutting what I give to my family members by an equal amount, and I'm cutting what I'm saving for the future by an equal amount. So I kind of, you know, I don't know how to estimate, you know, one could estimate income elasticities, and Michael Rodrigo is working on doing that, estimating an almost ideal demand system that would fit this, I think, pretty well. And, but this seems like kind of a good neutral starting point to me, and then we can see what it explains and what it doesn't explain, and then think about how to improve on it. But people they're good in this model. They're not being mean to their relatives. Yeah.
Have you tried to predict these quantities for the US, where you actually have several data points and you can check whether your model is consistent with the data?
No, not really. We're going to, but we have not done it yet. Okay. I know the only thing I've ever looked at is that I know that consumption and saving are endogenous. in this model, right? And so I know that for India, I think, this is the only country we've looked at, we predicted consumption and saving aggregate very closely.
So the general assumption is that the assumptions built in your model are sort of general enough that if you apply them to India or you apply them to the US or to another country, they're relatively universal and they should work different.
Well, that's one of the things that dictated the model, you know, was that, you know, that we wanted, you know, like NTA, we wanted a model that was so general that we could apply it to countries at entirely different stages of the demographic transition. And I mean, you look at these countries and what they're going through. So that, you know, and then I would think that at some point, if this is successful, then people would take it and who work on Italy or France and say, okay, you know, let's get serious about this, and maybe they could use this in the context of building a model for France. How many data points do you have? 3 million? Or so you could add, you know, another 1,000. 100 years times 10 scenarios, you could have 10,000 times 3 million is 300 billion data points. Okay, well let me just show you the Japan simulations and the profiles anyway. Let's see, where's that? So this shows you what happened to, these are the survival-linked age profiles for Japan. So labor income at the top, public transfer inflows, and taxes. And so, so the labor income and public transfer inflows are just shifting out. And they're shifting out a lot. I was surprised at how much these shift. So it's more than life expectancy shifts. If, you know, if you look at sort of going from one of those, you know, say when it hits, when labor income hits 0.5, for example, it's about the increase in life expectancy, but actually a little bit more than the increase in life expectancy. And the same for public transfer inflows. Now, this is constrained to have that spending not be more than 45% of GDP and that debt be no more than 90% of GDP. And as I mentioned, debt in Japan is already more than 90% of GDP. So this forces them to raise taxes immediately. So out goes Abe economics. Well, so they've got this VAT tax increase that they want to bring in. So this is, actually it's not so far different, I think, than what the VAT tax increase would do. So this shows the tax profile. And you can see that it's not just shifting out, but it's also shifted up from here to here. So by about a lot. So, well, never mind. Okay, so you can see that it shifted quite a bit. And then it stays up there, and eventually, I mean, we can look at the aggregate numbers, but this is pretty good news because you can see that by 2070, at least, taxes are coming down. And that's because they've got their debt problems under control. And they're able eventually to bring debt down to around 90% of GDP. So, this is,
So you could also compute the increase in tax that would eliminate duty.
increase in taxes with,
That would eliminate duty.
oh, yeah, yeah,
That would be also a reference line.
yeah, we could do that. But why would to eliminate it altogether?
To eliminate.
Yeah.
Have to be paid this year.
Oh.
So maybe tax, 1 year, everyone, and then the future tax would be zero. Well, at least the tax that I intend to reimburse.
It would be so painful. Well, you could impose it later on. Well, I think that's enough.
But the needed tax is going to go down in the long run anyway because of the, well, at least relative to the status quo scenario with the constraints, because you're not going to be paying for as long a period of old age dependency. And,
right.
And you'll also have more
this
national
goes,
income to tax.
This doesn't go down if you don't have this extension of the work life. It would be going up a lot. So this is both, they've got Japan's deficit right now is about 8% of GDP. So a lot of this is immediately eliminating that current deficit. And so that's a big part here. It doesn't eliminate it entirely, I don't think, but a lot of it. And then we have, so that's the first big adjustment, and then we've got this adjustment in how much people are working. And you get two positive things from that. One is that you're collecting a lot more revenues and paying out less benefits, but the other benefit you get with this is a lot faster growth in GDP because you have people working a lot more. And so the ratio of debt to GDP goes down because GDP is growing faster. That shift in labor income is sufficient by 2100 to raise GDP by 40%. Labor income by 40%. In this model, we assume that asset income is constant relative to labor income, so we get GDP higher by 40%. And part of that is that these shifts are so big, but the other part of it is Japanese workers are so old. So you've got a huge increase in the labor force and the income they produce from this policy. So, people of the world, get rid of mandatory retirement.
Wow.
Okay.
Now, I don't think we want to take time for a long discussion, but are there any comments? Everyone's
ready for
happy.
ready to wrap it up.